John isomblabele jisongkong isi Tora ambombelonge ndi tobiba. John higimur alama yingjel isulinyengem.
Higimur binam anyinginje aye. Higimur anyengi hen komisi uke. Lanyen jelu yongiye. Jelu kenatiyi.
Inyulale Zindabete Higi nduru Higi mandoruna Higi sam Leike na bis Koma basugo sugo Babi yigle bis
We play games to escape zombies, cast magic spells in Middle-earth, or just to pass the time on a commute. But what if we created games to change the way we view the world? Games that help us all create a vision for the future cities of Africa. Well, that would be a level up in anyone's game. It's why the Goethe Institute created Enter Africa, a gaming challenge that engages and encourages people to examine the social, cultural, and infrastructural needs confronting Africa's megacities by asking one simple question. What does the future of your city look like? With 15 teams from cities across the African continent, young talented game developers, architects, city planners, designers, creatives, and engineers were united together to think outside the box and creatively explore, question, and envision the past, present, and future of their cities. Their quest is to power up the way they are viewing their cities, the strengths, the challenges, the mojo that makes them unique. To create digital and analog gaming that's not only fun to play, but brings players together on a mission to seek out solutions, solve the puzzles, explore ideas, and adventure forward to collectively uncover the opportunities that exist within these African cities of the future. Enter Africa was launched at the beginning of 2018. Through a series of workshops, participants have got to plan, design, and develop their games to explore the past, present, and future of their cities, while breaking down barriers and borders and building bonds through the exchange of knowledge and ideas with other teams. The result? The launch in March 2019 of 15 action-packed, location-based games that will challenge the skills of local gamers, bring people together as they seek solutions or simply explore their cities and the obstacles that confront them, taking them on a journey to strategically tackle the themes of creativity and innovation, while discovering unknown and forgotten places as well as the need for infrastructure. Enter Africa then takes it to the max, combining the visions of the 15 city games into one mega African game, which promotes African cultures and the creation of a borderless continent, to be launched at Gamescom and different African cities in 2019 for the whole world to play. You can get involved by following us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or go to our website to find out what's happening. You'll also get to play the games. Get your game on. Be part of the Enter Africa movement.
Congratulations! With just 7 MB, you have joined the best mobile gaming community in Africa. Experience our amazing game categories and a wide range of offline games. Enjoy H5 and instant tournaments, as well as filtered hot, top, and new game selections just for you. To get more, log in with your Facebook or Google Plus account and explore more.
Stop right there. Do you have any illegal items to declare, sir? We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Fuck it. Let's do it my way.
Where are these cards coming from?
Seriously?
Is this a dream? I got it. I got the interview. Echo, can you imagine this is finally happening? This is a pretty cool gun. They trained well. Appreciate it. Even more?
Killed them. What got into you?
First, I will get to you.
By then, you will understand.
Africacomicade.com. This is an app that you download, and when you download it, you just want to answer a question and you win.
Is that curry fat? Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Okay, go. My name is. I have a chat box at the bottom right. If you can hear me, I'll just go there and confirm that you can hear me. Okay. So my name is Ifemena Ipoko. I'm the community manager for AHA Games. I'm so proud to be part of the Africacomicade Gamathon. So I'm going to be using my phone device. So that's why you're going to be seeing me glancing through my system and my phone at the same time. So just to go straight to it, I'll be taking you guys on the talk. So I'm going to start. The proverb goes like this. In Africa, it is said that it takes a community. In Africa, it is said that it takes a community to raise a child, basically. So it doesn't take just the parents, the mother and the father. It takes the mother, the father, the brother, the sisters, the neighbors, the elders, the people on the roads, etc. Now, I'm going to liken it to the gaming community. It is a very similar situation. Now, for you to make a proper game, which is going to go out there, and for you to promote it properly, you need a proper platform. You need a team of game designers, game developers, programmers, content creators, and a platform that has users, gamers, actual gamers on that platform. So I believe the key word in the analogy or the story or the proverb that I gave is collaboration. Now, and I also believe that that is what the whole Africacomicade Gamathon is all about, collaboration. Because the game jam might have just, if you know you can create a good game, just go sign up as an individual and create the game. But instead they said sign up as a team. Keyword there is team. Aha Games. Now I believe that Aha Games is a catalyst for collaboration. It's a catalyst for community. So if we're to rephrase that African proverb, I would say that it takes a whole community, including Aha Games, to make a game and to promote a game and to successfully scale a game. So that being said, I'm going to start with a brief introduction of who Aha Game is, or what Aha Game is, and what we stand for. So basically, we're a mobile publishing platform. We're not just an app store. We're more than an app store. We're a mobile publishing platform, and across ITEL, Infinix, and Techno devices, the Transsion devices. And we have over 15,000 games, including APK and HTML5 games, H5 games that you play without downloading. You just play them with data. And we have over 20 million users via pre-installs. And then we have 2.3 million DAU, daily active users. I would say, from my experience, that the most important thing to a developer is collaboration and getting his game out there, getting users, getting downloads, getting people to use his game, or to use his product, as the case may be. So I would also say that our games, our strength is our users. So that being said, I have a slide, but I'll be unable to really present it because I'm using my phone. However, I'll just walk you guys through the slide. So it's on my desktop, and it's on my desktop. So I'm already done with the introduction of Aha Games. So I'm going to go straight to slide 2 is what we provide. Slide 3 is basically how your games get promoted on our platforms. Please do know if you have any questions, you can always, okay. I'll send the slides to you. I already sent it to Mike, but I'll send it to the rest of you. So what's going to happen is at the end of this talk, I'm going to create a Dropbox link, and I'm going to paste this in the chat section. So when I paste in the chat section, I'll upload the slide there, so you can always go there and get the slide. If you're a developer, if you're a creator, and you want to know more about Aha Games, I'll drop our slide there. I'll upload our slide on the Dropbox link. I'm going to put it in the chat section at the end of this. And I think I still have about 25 minutes, if I'm not wrong. So let's move. So slide 4 is basically talking about how the app is promoted on how your app or your game is promoted on our platform. Slide 5 is basically talking about how the app promotion, the app promotion features that we have. Slide 6 is talking about how your app is promoted on our devices, basically. So now I'm going to leave the slide and come back to you guys. Now, for the services that we provide, basically, we will provide game promotion services. Now, let's take a pause. Focus on game. Please, if you can still hear me, just signify in the chat section. Thank you. Okay, I think I'm having some trouble with my internet, but I'm still going to continue. Okay, so Developer X made a very simple game. Talking about what we provide, I mentioned that we provide game promotion services, game testing services, game publishing services, and in-app monetization services. The in-app monetization services include your AdMob integration, your SDK integration. We basically use two particular types of integration. We use AdMob, and then we use, that's Google AdMob, and then we use Unity Ads. So we believe that most developers should have either Unity Ads or Google AdMobs. Yeah, so back to the story. I'm going to name the guy Developer X. So Developer X makes a game. He has a very good game, a wonderful game, nice game. But he did not make use of other people in the production of his game. By other people, I mean like a game designer, like a content creator. And he did not even get feedback from users while he was creating the game. He just made the game beautiful because he has maybe some programming skills and a little touch of design. He just made the game. And then he posted it on forums, in his personal network, maybe to his friends on WhatsApp, and told them, hey, guys, please check out this game, or Nairaland, or Reddit. He just said, okay, check out this game, please. Tell me what you think. And yeah, your friends and family and those few people on those forums will comment and tell you what they think. But at the end of the day, they would not download it further. They will share it further with other people. It dies there. It ends with them. And game developer X was experiencing this problem, and he kept experiencing this problem. And then in one of the forums that he shared those links to his game on, he obviously, the first way you make a game, you go to Play Store and you post it there, you promote it there because you feel that's the first place. But we all know that before, and this is not to discredit Play Store or anything, but we all know that before people discover your content, it takes a while on Play Store unless you're really big. So he does publishes his game on Play Store by himself through their independent program, and then he comes and he drops the link on the forums. So people say, okay, it's nice, but it ends there. They don't share it. It ends there. The promotion ends, nothing like promotion. So Developer X was not happy because he was not making money. And most importantly, people were not even using his products. So someone dropped a link to Aha Games on one of the forums. And Developer X said, okay, let me check this forum out. Let me check this Aha Games out. And he shot us a message. Luckily for him, we always reach out to developers. We already knew about him. So when he shot us the message, we were like, okay, we can work together. So we told him, okay, we're going to publish your game for you. And he asked us how. And we told him, okay, we're going to put your game across ITEL, Techno, and Infinix devices. And he was like, wow, that's really good. That's really good. I said, okay, yeah. So, and then he said, okay, how are you going to do the promotion? And then we told him, okay, for the promotion, we're going to promote it in-app. And in-app means digitally, online, and on social media. We're also going to promote it offline on our various Transsion stores, our Transsion outlet stores across the world, globally, in Southeast Asia, South America, and in Africa, and in Europe also. So we told him, okay, we're going to promote it offline at these store locations. And he was like, wow, that's really nice. That's really, really nice. And I told him, you know what is even better? We have users, 2.3 million users who are active. We have over 4 user groups. We have partnership with over 5 different communities, 5 communities in Africa. And it was like, okay. So beyond just promotion, beyond just promotion in-app, we have massive promotion digitally on different user groups, on the websites, via ads, and yeah, on different user groups. So basically, the users in this user group will be able to promote your game, spread the word about your game. I said, okay, via word of mouth, via referrals, via campaigns. I said, okay, this game is really good. I think you guys should check it out. And then apart from that, we have user groups of content creators, and game players, pro game players, streamers, game designers, and all these people will come together in terms of collaboration in your game. And then they begin to fine-tune your game. They give you recommendations, and then you tell them, okay, I think you have a skill in game designing. I think you should come on board. This suggestion you made, I think you can impute it into what we're doing. So this is all part of the game promotions. Now, to give you specifics on how we do it in-app, I'm going to go back to the slides. So I'm going to go back to slide 4. Slide 4 talks about our top banner and our topic banners, basically. So for our top banners, we have an average CTR of 4.11%. And for our topic banners, we have an average CTR of 1.53%. Now, what this means is, because if you multiply 4.11% times our DAU, that is the number of people that are going to be viewing whatever content or app or game that you put on our platform and that we put on our top banner. So the top banner is basically the first image or the first set of images you see at the top of the app on your phone, on the home page. The topic banners are basically curated content that have been made in categories suggested by our users. And for the topic banners, we have so much content, so much XX content. I permit me to say that. We have XX content. So we can even put you on several topic banners on the app. But most likely that depends on the relationship and our discussion with you. So definitely you'll be enjoying great CTR, great click-through rates, and great downloads on your game. Also, more about our promotion options in-app. In-app, we have what we call categories. We have what we call top, hot, and new. And then we have the instant games. And then we have the comments section. Now, on the comments section, you see comments from different users. We can place your game there, you can place your content there. We can even place it where users comment on and people can comment. I'm still on game promotion. On the categories, the instant games, the top and the new. The instant games are the games you can play without data. Now you can and I would like to tell you, you have a multiplayer on our instant games. You can actually play with other people on phone. So that's like a first. I'll tell you to go and check it out after this talk. So I believe I have about 16 minutes more and I'm almost done. So at the end of this session, I wrap up my session by 10:55. I'll give 5 minutes for any possible questions that anybody might have. We are available on ITEL, Transsion, and ITEL, Techno, and Infinix devices, and we are not available on iOS. I just feel I should put that out there because if we are available on iOS, on Apple. The reason why we're not available on iOS is very simple. It doesn't align with our future development goals, our future goals for our app for Africa. So basically, we want to take our app to another level. We want to take the consumer experience to a whole nother level when it comes to entertainment. So you have a phone, you have a device, and then you are enjoying added features, added services like our game on your phone, not just using your phones to make calls or to browse the internet. So that's why it's not the iOS network or the iOS platform. So back to the promotion models, we can also put you on our instant games. Like I said, we have a multiplayer, and then when you play, when users come to play with other people, they'll view your games. They can watch when ads pop up. Maybe we usually have ads that pop up every time. So when these ads pop up, they can view your content, view your games, and you're definitely going to get CTR. You're definitely going to get good CTR from these places. And back to collaboration, I believe that because the key thing about our app is our users. Our strength is our users, if I dare to say. Our strength is our users. And then the whole idea of the whole Gamathon is collaboration. And I'll be able to walk you through our game promotion model. I would like to elaborate a little on our game publishing process because some of you might be asking. Now, for our game publishing process, the process is very simple. How it happens is you give us your game, we test your game. If your game meets our requirements, we send you a document to fill out the legal work, the paperwork, basically. When you sign on the document, we send you an ad integration document. Ad integration document is basically to know what kind of ad you integrated into your game. So please, if you have any questions, you can just type it in the chat section so that I know that you're following me. But before then, I don't know if I can just do a quick icebreaker, a quick recap. If anybody can tell me the story I started with, what was the proverb I started with? If anybody can just mention the proverb I started with, that would be a really, really good way to start. And then if anybody can also tell me what is the theme of the Africacomicade Gamathon 2020? What's the theme? I don't know. I'm going to give like 60 seconds for that. So I hope I see a response. Like if you know or you remember the proverb I made, the African proverb I made, you can just comment in the comment section, and I will see it and I will respond. Or if you know the theme of the Africacomicade Gamathon, I think I've already mentioned it already. But if you know it, I'd just like you to comment. So while I'm waiting for your comments, I'm going to proceed to the final part of my presentation, which is slide 6. Slide 6 is actually our cooperation model. Okay, I think I'm getting some responses. Let me just check the responses and I will get back. Okay. A child is brought up by a community. Yes. Joseph Thompson, you're very right. So you're very correct. So yeah. So a child is brought up by a community. Exactly. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. A child is brought up by a community. You're correct. I'll just give you a digital clap. A digital clap. So yeah, you're correct. So well done, Joseph Thompson. Well done. I just got an info from It Takes a Community to Raise a Child, Wendy and Daki. Yeah, thank you, Wendy. Thank you. Exactly. It takes a community to raise a child. The same way it takes a community to play a game, to make a game, to make a world-class game. And it takes a community to make a world-class app or a standard app. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your responses. I just got a message, so I'm going to leave out the team. Let's leave out the team. Let's not talk about the team. So I'll leave that out. But Wendy and Daki, Joseph Thompson, thank you. You got the answers correctly. Don't worry. I will try and persuade the organizers to maybe reward you or something. It's not part of the plan, but I'll persuade them. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for listening. So finally, so just the way, like the answer you gave me, it takes a community to raise a child. It actually does, and it's an African proverb. and I'm sure it's a common concept, and I'm sure you understand it because you responded. And with that same concept, it also means that it takes a community to make a standard game and to promote a standard game. You don't just go into the studio or go into your room, I can develop this app. I just have to code, you just have to code, you just have to write. You just have to, without doing any research, without asking people what they think about it, without knowing where your users are, without having a platform to promote your users. Now, this comes to the final slide. The final slide is talking about our cooperation model. Our cooperation model basically is, first of all, our benefits, that's the benefits of AHA basically is basically to help you, give you a platform to publish your games to the users. Now you have a game, but you don't have users. So we're promoting your game to users. We're giving you a platform where your user, a whole millions of users can see your game. That is our major benefit. And that the users are our major benefits that we provide to you. So why AHA? What's the benefit of partnering with AHA? The benefit of partnering with AHA is the platform that will provide you. And this platform gives you access to millions of users. And then we will stream it further down to subgroups, sub-users in our user groups, concentrated users that have specific needs, specific things they like, specific games they like. Some are professionals. We have concentrated groups. And then on the platform itself, on the app itself, and on the transient devices, which is Itel, Techno, and Infinix, we have the general users, which is 20 million users on pre-install. On the app itself, we have 2.3 million users DAU. On our user groups, we have over 50,000. So that's a great number. So that's the benefit of partnering with AHA. And obviously, there's a revenue sharing agreement. But if you want more information on that, you can always hit me up on Deal Room. Yeah, you can check out Deal Room. Send me a message. I can give you. We can have a conversation. I can tell you the revenue sharing formula. Now, the revenue sharing formula depends on your relationship with us. It depends on how long your games have been with us or how long your game will be with us. It depends on how well your game does too, and depends on how many games you are giving us. So that's it. So I think I have 3 more minutes before I allow you people to ask me questions. By 10:55, I'll open the floor for questions. So I have 3 more minutes. So back to what I was saying, the last slide, I'm still on the last slide. So I was talking about users, our DAU, 2.3 million active, our general users on the phones, 20 million, or our user groups over 50,000, different user groups, both the ones we have partnerships with and the ones that are owned by us. And then the benefit is our platform that we provide you. We provide you visibility through promotion of your games, through our services, through the game publishing itself on the platform, which is still the platform, and then our users. And for us, our strength is our users. And we're going to give you access to those users. Now, talking about our cooperation model, since I personally believe that this Africacomicade Gamathon is all about collaboration, the partnership you would go into with us is a collaboration. Look at it this way. You have content, you have a game, or you're developing content, you're developing a game, but you don't have the whole team or the whole users to give you that feedback that you need to make a proper game that will be world-class. Like I said, it takes a community to make a world-class game. Just the way it takes a community to make a child, to raise a child. We will give you that community of world-class people. We'll give you that community of world-class people. We'll give you access to various user groups that will help you make a game of your dreams, make a world-class game. We'll also give you access to the community that will access to our users, who will help you download your game, play your game, and we'll do this through promotion and publishing. Now, for us to promote your game and publish your game on our platform, you have to come into a cooperation with us. That's where the cooperation model comes in. Now, we have a joint cooperation. We have normal traffic exposure cooperation. Joint cooperation means you go into official partnership with us, and we discuss revenue sharing, and we do add more integration on your game, and we promote your game across our different platforms to our users for you to increase your revenue. And we also discuss with user groups on feedback on how to improve your game to also increase your revenue. So that being said, I would end it with these words: partner with us because we give you the best platform that you need. We give you access to users, and collaboration helps you. You have the content, we have the platform, we have the users. Like I said, you cannot do it alone. It takes a community to raise a child. It takes a community to make a world-class game. Thank you. So if you have any questions, it's time for questions. I'll just take your questions. You can ask them now. I'll be going to the chat section to check out your questions. Wendy in that case asking the question, where are most of our users from? Okay, majority of our users, I don't know if it's by region you're asking. If you're asking by region, majority of our users are from Sub-Saharan Africa, and then from Egypt, and then from Southeast Asia. That's where majority of our users are from. But all our users are mobile. They're all mobile users. All our users are mobile. So that's the answer to that question. I don't know if I answered your question. Okay, I am impressed by what you have achieved. It's inspiring. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you. I really appreciate the feedback, guys. Thank you. Joseph Thompson said, "What if?" Wendy, you can always on Deal Room. I'm sure you registered on Deal Room. You can always send me a message. We can continue the conversation there. I hope I answered your question well too. Joseph Thompson says, "What if I'm trying to gamify accounting?" Okay. Among SMEs in Ghana, do you guys at Aha Market promote games to market women and the likes? Now, this is a good concept. However, let me elaborate. Let me elaborate on what Wendy asked me, where our users from. Now, for any game we accept on the platform, we try to find out if it fits our audience. I don't want to give out too much, but just for educational purposes, I'll tell you that the majority of our audience are the youth population, the Generation Z, people between our core audience. Our majority of our users are between 18 to 25, and then we have a larger demographic between 16 to 35. Now, our market women in that demographic, no. So to answer your question, what if I am trying to gamify accounting, and do we among SMEs in Ghana? Yes, we can do that. We can gamify an accounting app, and maybe, yeah, we can gamify an accounting app and pull rewards at different aspects of the app that will be linked to a game, or just basically gamify it. So if the people that are fall into that, if the SME owners fall into our category, fall into that age grade of 18 to 24, 18 to 25, and we have some young SMEs, we have some young entrepreneurs. If they fall into that category, or they fall into the larger spectrum of 16 to 35, whether male or female, definitely we can work with you to gamify that accounting app. I personally think it's a good idea. But the second question, which is, do you guys at Aha Market promote games to market women and the likes? The answer is no. No, Thompson, we don't. But if you have such idea, you can always shoot it to us. Let's see. All right. So I have just one more minute. I don't know if you have any other question, but if we don't, I think it's a wrap. Joseph Thompson, you can also reach out to me on Deal Room for the accounting, for gamifying the accounting app. I believe it's an app, but it just said gamify accounting. You didn't specify. I believe it's an accounting app, maybe Peachtree or Sage or something, or your own. We can gamify it. And I believe that one can work because we have SMEs, we have young entrepreneurs that are SME owners. So the key thing is anything we are promoting for you, anything we are making for you, our audience, we have to make sure it's a good fit for our audience and our audience likes it. You're welcome. Okay, sure thing, sure. Thank you. So it's a wrap for me. That is the end of my session. It's 11 a.m. Thank you. That's the end of my section. Thank you. So I'm just going to type bye in the comment section, and that will be a wrap. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, thank you, Victor. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Victor. Thank you guys so much. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that's it. Bye, guys.
Congratulations! With just 7 MB, you have joined the best mobile gaming community in Africa. Experience our amazing game categories and a wide range of offline games. Enjoy H5 games and instant tournaments, as well as filtered hot, top, and new game selections just for you. To get more, log in with your Facebook or Google Plus account and explore more.
Share my slides just a sec. Here we go. And then I will present. Yes. Okay, so first of all, if you want to start making games, entertainment products, basically anything, you want to have your own studio, this is what this talk is all about. So I'll tell you about what kind of things I think are useful, and then we might have a minute or two for questions at the end, but since we're running a bit late, that might not be possible. But then just email me and ask me. So first of all, who am I? So I've done mostly game design for the last about 7 years. I've been working with games for 12 years. I've done testing, graphics, lots of different things.
Connect with, partner, and work with us on your game development journey. The question becomes on number 4 is, are there any success stories that, for some of you who are looking to enter into the video game industry, are there any success stories that, you can look and see and also be able to relate with? So on slide number 4, you can be able to see 4 respective snapshots.
First of all, thanks for having me. That's such an amazing event. I looked at some of the stuff, and looking back 2 years ago, I already had some of my most great experiences in Africa, where I was able to work in countries like Ghana, Togo, Burkina Faso, Congo, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, for example. So that was such an amazing experience for me. And what I was really fascinated about was the passion of
investors are people who are seeking. If you've ever seen a mango tree, right? a mango tree that has mangoes all over it, right? And you know at the bottom, you get those ones at the bottom, right? That you don't have to do anything to just pluck them, right? That is what investors are looking for. Investors want to look at the mango tree with loads of mangoes in it, right? They don't want to look at a seed.
at the lower part of the throat, right? That sound pop is at the lower part of your throat.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sylvia Gathoni, but I'm also known as Quinaro within the gaming space in Kenya. I'm sorry about the inconvenience. I just had a slight power outage, but I'm back online right now. So I'm going to be giving a talk about building a space for female esports athletes in Africa. So I'm a Tekken 7 player profession, and I do it professionally. And I've been in the game, pun intended, for around 3 years. My journey started back in 2017 at the East African Gaming Convention. And that's why I decided to sign up for my first tournament. And little did I know that it will change my perspective on gaming, and it will also start my journey into the professional gaming world. However, the first thing that I noticed when I arrived at the venue was the lack of women. Like, honestly, like, I was the only girl competing at the tournament there. At first, I thought it was a really cool thing because it kind of made me stand out. But later on, I realized that it was pretty concerning. The question I asked myself was, is it that there are no women who play competitively, or hell, even any women who play games in any capacity, be it professionally or casually? So I decided to do some research on the matter and I coupled it up with my own experiences from the past 3 years to find an answer to my question. So a couple of years ago, a study was done and it was found that 50% of women make up the gaming industry. Keep in mind that this is also inclusive of mobile gaming, which doesn't, and mobile gaming, mind you, is still gaming, by the way. So this begs
Stop right there. Do you have any illegal items to declare, sir? We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Fuck it. Let's do it my way.
Where are these cards coming from?
Seriously?
Is this a dream? I got it. I got the interview. Echo, can you imagine this is finally happening? This is a pretty cool gun.
I had was, why don't you see women at gaming events and seeing them play competitively? There is a plethora of reasons that contributes to the super low turnout of women at gaming events. So first of all, it has to be noted that the marketing of these games is a factor. The marketing of these games is directed towards men as the primary audience, and men seem to be an afterthought when it comes to them being drawn in to purchase a game, and even more when it comes to playing them competitively. I remember watching a documentary called GTFO that touched on the Gamergate controversy in the United States, and one of the women interviewed for it mentioned that she had talked with an EA marketing executive, and the executive said that when you have an audience, you pump all your money into that audience, and anybody else who's drawn in is just a bonus. A lot of the time we find that the trailers of these games tend to focus on the action and the fighting, which doesn't mean it's not necessarily a bad thing, but we don't really seem to see a focus on the storyline, which I find that more women tend to be drawn to a well-written story as compared to the action of the game. It should also be noted that they tend to focus more on the male protagonists of the storylines and the games, and not the female protagonists, which would also be a good way to incentivize more women to play them. The more women we have playing games, the more likely it is for them to engage with them on a more competitive level, and therefore having more female esports athletes in the gaming space. The above issue also applies to the marketing of these gaming tournaments. Half of the time we find that, let's say if they're making trailers that advertising that there's going to be a tournament, you find that they tend to focus more on the men and not on the women playing. And this gives the impression that to women that there's no room for them within these spaces. So my challenge to tournament organizers is this: if you're going to be creating tournament events, try marketing them in a manner that is inclusive and expresses the fact that women are welcome at these events. If not, I find that another solution would be creating women-only events that tend to cater to the interests of women and their tastes. So another factor that contributes to the super low turnout of women at gaming events is the misunderstanding of what gaming / competitive gaming is. There's this preconceived notion about what gaming is here in Kenya. Like in the Kenyan context, I find that when I talk about being a professional gamer / esports athlete, I get asked, is it that you play FIFA? This is not to say that FIFA is not a competitive game, but it shows that for you to be considered a pro gamer, that you have to be playing a certain game, which tends to be a AAA game like FIFA, Apex Legends, Fortnite, Mortal Kombat, just to mention a few. And moreover, you need to be at a certain skill level for you to be considered a pro. So for women, this tends to put a certain degree of pressure and gives the wrong impression that ends up discouraging them from pursuing competitive gaming because they might not meet this criteria. I want to come out and say this from my own experience. You don't need to play a certain game and be good at it to be considered an esports athlete. When I started out with Tekken, I had zero knowledge of how Tekken worked, what frame data was, and I couldn't even do a proper sidestep. But this didn't actually deter me from learning the game and attending events irrespective of my skill level. So what I want to say is this: play the game that you want, attend these events irrespective of your skill level, have fun, and trust me, it will work out. I mean, I am living proof of it working out well. So I think another major issue that deters women from becoming professional gamers is, and I think this is the major reason, is the fact that we tend to face sexism and harassment in the pro gaming space. So part of my research came from a question I asked on my Twitter handle, and from the answers my followers gave me, sexism and harassment tend to play a major role in deterring women from becoming esports athletes. So I want to break it down a little bit. Sexism comes in many forms, and part of it is the societal conditioning that gaming and women and technology as a whole seem to be a man's thing and not something for women to pursue. Because for women, we are allowed to engage in technology, play games, etc. But there's a certain age that you're supposed to leave the field and do what is seen as a work that is respectable for women to do. So moreover, from a young age, boys are conditioned to love technology, and girls are expected to do what is seen as feminine stuff, like, getting our hair done, painting our nails, cooking, cleaning, playing with dolls, etc. We find that we don't teach women to aspire to work in tech, much less play video games. This also creates the mentality that video games are for men, and a woman who does so is encroaching on a man's space and is treated with hostility. Because, there'll be that question, how dare she, the only reason she's going as far as she's done is because she's a woman, she's not good at the game. Additionally, when a woman plays competitively, there's this undue attention that she may get for being in the space. And then there's therefore that those disgusting comments that follow. Like, I know from my own experience, for example, someone wrote under a post that I'd done with the BBC Africa that the only reason I'd gone as far as I'd gone is because I'm a chick and I'm trash at Tekken. And let me be honest, it was really hurtful and it was kind of discouraging, but the love that I got was more drowned out the negative comment, which made me feel good eventually. And moreover, these comments also tend to be demeaning, because if it's not about your body, it's about your skill, or just demeaning your achievements. And these comments tend to find their way into the personal space, as I've talked about from my own experience. And honestly speaking, if you see such a comment, I wouldn't blame anybody who decides not to engage in these events from a competitive standpoint. I want to be clear that it's not to say that there are no good men in esports who will welcome you and make you feel comfortable, but the loud minority tends to drown out the good, and it sours the experience and as a whole gives the gaming community a bad reputation for being hostile to women. So what can we do to remedy this problem? I feel that there needs to be a code of conduct that is laid out and enforced, be it during off-season or on-season periods of the events. Like if someone is seen being hostile to another member, especially a woman, there needs to be a consequence that follows, because we need to send a message that misogyny and sexism will not be tolerated. And as such, this will make the athletes who participate feel comfortable and safe. And in return, we'll see that more women will be encouraged to come to these events and even aspire to become esports athletes. So another factor that can play a part in women not being esports athletes is the factor of choice. In as much as we may talk about outside factors like the marketing of the game, sexism, that discourage women from becoming esports athletes, it's also unfair not to acknowledge that there is the issue of free will. There's some women who just do not want to play competitively. One of my followers says she's just not interested, even if she hasn't experienced any like harassment or anything. But she just prefers playing video games casually. There are women who game but prefer to do it casually and not competitively, and that's not really a problem. At the end of the day, women should be welcome to engage in gaming from either a casual standpoint or professional standpoint. So my closing remarks are these: if we are to make a gaming ecosystem that is accommodative for females, you must start from our households, in that we have to raise our girls to aspire to careers in technology, market the games in a manner that is inclusive of all genders, create and market events that cater to both men and women, and lay down and enforce the rules that show that sexism, enforce the rules that ensure that sexism is not a prevalent issue at these events. And as such, we're going to have more women who will be encouraged to become professional gamers. So thank you for giving me this chance to speak, and have a great day.
Hi. How's it going at Africacomicade? I hope you're having a great time there. And in this talk, I'm going to share some stuff you might not have seen during the conference so far. But yeah, where we'll talk about spatial computing and the AR cloud and what all of that means, actually. Oh, sorry for that. I just need to shut off my phone here because I was watching the YouTube stream on my phone just to double check if it's all streaming fine. All right, folks. So we're going to talk about spatial computing and the AR cloud. And what that means, I will explain what spatial computing means. I will explain what AR cloud means, this new, pretty interesting technology that allows us to get a digital copy of the whole world around us. And we will also talk about some use cases for spatial computing. And we will also talk about how you can render huge 3D models with hundreds of millions of polygons on mobile devices, like the HoloLens, which I have here. And so, yeah, let's get started. Talk about this. Just a few words about myself. So I'm Rene. I'm Director of Global Innovation at Valorum Reply. And we are a digital transformation company, right? So not focused on gaming or anything like that, but we do a lot of in the spatial computing space. But having said that, we also do other development topics like backend cloud computing with Azure or data analytics and all of the good stuff there. And so basically from the backend to the front end and with all of that, what it includes. And we have been working with the HoloLens since 2015. I've been working in that space with different clients. And basically, we do custom application development, right? Some of that touches gaming. And in my talk, I will actually show you a couple of use cases which might not directly apply to gaming, but actually a lot of them all apply to gaming. And so please stay with me. I hope I will show you a lot of stuff there. We will have a lot of interactive things in a sense of like videos and so on. So it shouldn't be too boring. And so stick with us. I hope it's going to be fun. Oh, by the way, I'm also a Microsoft Regional Director on MVP. These are awards that Microsoft provides to independent experts that share knowledge. So I do a lot of conference speaking, open source projects, which I maintain myself or contribute to. And well, super active on social media. So feel free to connect on LinkedIn. I see my name there. Also on Twitter, you can find me there. Feel free to connect. I constantly keep on sharing these concepts and ideas all the time. And thanks to our friends at the VR and AR Association that actually invited me here for the talk, because I'm also a global advisor for the VR and AR Association and the XR Bootcamp. Anyway, let's get started about spatial computing. And we will start going a little bit back further and talk about personal computing first, right? And then I will show you how that leads to spatial computing. And so, you know, a lot of people had computers in their homes at some point, right? This is really the first time when these mainframe computing platforms became personal at their homes, right? And then later on, they become all interconnected, right? Thanks to the internet, thanks to this amazing stuff we just take for granted these days, right? We can all chat with each other. We can all work together in a nice way. And so, you know, that is really one of the key features what the internet enabled, and especially, you know, democratizing of knowledge sharing, right? We can just go online and also share our own content, right? And so that's really important. After personal computing, you know, and the interconnected personal computing, we really had mobile computing becoming the dominant computing platform. And basically, a lot of us carry smartphones in their pockets these days. That are more powerful than most of the personal computers that were available like 10 or 20 years ago, right? And you can see here it's a BlackBerry, but it really also took off when the iPhone came out in 2007 with really these multi-touch and then again being interconnected, you know, 4G LTE. We also see 5G on the horizon, right? And so having a fast interconnected computing device in your pocket is just the killer app, right? If there's a plane, if there's a surface or something like that. And this is thanks to these advanced camera sensors, but even more important about AI deep learning neural network that runs computer vision, that analyzes these camera frames and can make sense of that. And then we can have games, of course, on these spatial computing platforms. For example, Pokemon Go, a very famous augmented reality game. Although it's not like super precise. It's also not like a full AR experience, but it still allows you to see augmented reality content on a mobile device, and therefore it falls under the spatial computing umbrella, right? Because again, it can sense the world around you, shows that on your device's screen, and then augments the real world with virtual objects. And that's what we call augmented reality, right? Augmenting the real world with virtual objects. And then we also have virtual reality devices. Like this is the first Oculus development kit one, which I got also in 2012. And it was exciting because this was the new wave of virtual reality devices, right? And you can also call them spatial computing devices. Although in virtual reality, in VR, you are fully immersed into virtual world, which means you don't see the outside world anymore, right? You'll just see your full virtual world. These devices, of course, still need to sense the world around them, right? They have sensors that can track the device. And so when you move your head, or when you rotate your head, or move the controllers, or just walk around in your space, of course, they need to be spatially aware. They need to tell you, okay, hey, you're about to run into a wall, or things like that, right? So virtual reality, augmented reality, these are all spatial computing devices, of course, right? They are spatially aware with the surroundings. And that could be in a form factor of a mobile phone. That could be a head-mounted device like a virtual reality headset. Or when we're talking about augmented reality, this could also be something like the HoloLens you can see here, right? And so this is a HoloLens 2, and it provides you the capabilities to see the real world also augmented with virtual objects, but not through a second screen, but actually with your own eyes, right? So when you wear it on your head like this, you can still see me. I can still see the camera, right? But what I could also see is like virtual objects on these transparent camera lenses, right? So these semi-transparent lenses allow me to see augmentations on top of the real world, right? And that is pretty exciting. And this is stereoscopic, right? Left and right eye. So you see really stereo 3D with it. And then it has a bunch of sensors here. So these sense the world around us, because the device can know if there's a wall, for example, using the depth camera that it has here. So it can measure the distance to objects. And therefore, it can sense the world around us, right? So this is by definition, of course, a spatial computing device with all the cameras and sensors, because it can sense the world around us. And it can do things like what you could see here in the video, right? You can place virtual objects in your own world and experience that in a super nice way. By the way, the HoloLens was actually already in space. So what you can see here in the videos, the astronaut Scott Kelly running the HoloLens on the International Space Station, right? Just a while ago. And what they do is basically it's streaming the camera image from the HoloLens while the astronaut is wearing it down to ground control. And then ground control can see what he's seeing and actually scribble into the space. So they can help him to solve certain issues, right? Because again, the device is spatially aware, right? It is spatially aware about its surroundings. And so they can, sense what is around them and then, draw into that space. So to summarize, spatial computing is computing with the real world around us as a focus. And that could be different form factors, could be like a head-mounted device, it could be a mobile phone. All of that supports spatial awareness, right? But back to Earth. There's this new emerging technology upcoming called the augmented reality cloud, the AR cloud. And what this is, it's basically a digital content layer on top of our physical world, right? So we have all these spatial computing devices, right, that can sense the world around us. So what we can do with all of that interesting data with the 3D capturing, right, as you can see here in the video, right, the 3D understanding of the real world around us, if we combine those from all of these different devices, we get a holistic, a full copy, digital copy of our whole world. And so we get this machine-readable map of the whole world that can be read and understood by devices thanks to computer vision, right? And then we can do things like this, right? We can put virtual panels in the real world, and they can persist there. And someone else can come with their device and see it at the exact same location in a centimeter range precision, right? So you could even, of course, anchor games and other things. We're going to talk much, much more about the AR cloud, also in a gaming contest through more at the end of the session. But let's talk about some other use cases first, right? About spatial computing, with AI in a moment. But first of all, let's talk about immersive telepresence. So we're working on a solution called HoloBeam, where we can take a 3D camera which is a camera that not just captures the color information, but also the depth information, right? The distance to the objects, right? How far am I away from the camera? And so these 3D sensing cameras or depth cameras allow us to basically take the color plus the depth data. And what we developed is with HoloBeam is we can capture that, encode that real time as a video stream. We can stream over a normal internet connection. And then on the other side, if you wear a HoloLens, we basically, you get the stream, we decode that stream, and then you can see the other person as a 3D hologram point cloud. I sometimes call it Skype on steroids, right? It's really like a 3D video. And so what you can see here in this video clip that is playing, this is from the, this is from the not from the Africacomicade. That's where I'm speaking at the moment. Sorry for that. A little bit technical glitch here. But anyway, let's get back to the video. I hope you can see it play nicely. And so this gentleman is in a whole different room. Beam solution, right? So this guy is sitting in front of such a 3D camera. They're streaming it real time over the internet, and then they can see each other as 3D holograms, which is already pretty amazing. Instead of like seeing comically avatars or very uncanny avatars, right? And then we can also, of course, show 3D content. So we can bring in 3D content, so we can interact with 3D content in real time, right? So that you can solve issues much faster, for example, without having the person to travel there, right? So they can provide remote support. And so that's pretty exciting. And so, like you have seen, that works on the HoloLens. Of course, you need to wear a HoloLens to then see the other person in your own space as a real-time 3D volumetric video, right? But what about if you don't have a HoloLens? Well, there are other technologies available, and sometimes you might not want to wear such a big device on your head, right? And so what you see here is HoloBeam running on a looking glass display. So this device, you can see there, is providing you the capabilities to see stereo 3D without having to wear any glasses, right? So I'm not wearing any stereo glasses or stuff like that. It's really providing you the capabilities to see 3D without any thing on your head, right? I'm just wearing my normal glasses, right? By the way, this is the Azure Connect you can see here. So this is the 3D camera that captures me, and then I'm showing that real time on this looking glass display. By the way, if you're into game development, that might also be a useful tool for your asset set, because this actually shows you real time. So what I'm showing here comes directly from the Unity game engine editor, streaming real time onto the looking glass. If you connect it to your PC, it's just as another monitor. And again, you can see 3D directly without having to put on a headset. And that's pretty cool also for content creation, right? I think they also have a plugin for Maya, so your 3D modeling tool. So you can use that if you're creating game assets or whatever, right? As you can see, it's still limited resolution, limited viewing angle, but this technology is very promising. And just look at that. I mean, this is what they have shown a few months ago at a conference when we could still have live events, real events, I mean, like offline. And so, yeah, look at this. It's an 8K display with 15-inch size, pretty impressive. So quite expensive, I have to say, but just wait a few more years or so, right? These things become more approachable and cheaper, right? And there's also a ton of progress happening with AI and computer vision, as I hinted above. Like all of that is, you know, a lot of these progress, what we can see today is thanks to the advancements with AI, deep learning, and computer vision in the end, right? So what you can see here is actually a new paper that was released at the CVPR Computer Vision Conference just a few weeks ago. And it takes a single photo, like the photo you can see there on the left side from myself, and it creates a 3D model out of that. How crazy is that? I mean, that's some really crazy magic. Although it's missing one important feature, like look at this. It's missing the man bun, but it doesn't know, of course, right? It's just a front-facing photo. And again, just a single photo, not multiple, just one photo, and you get this pretty impressive 3D model out of that, right? And now think about all your gaming assets, right? If you want to create a gaming asset, well, this could be a good starting point. Doesn't support color textures, albedo, and whatnot. Doesn't support all of that. It really just provides you a 3D, the 3D capturing, the depth estimation, and it's also not rigged up and anything like that for animation, but still, you know, it could be a good starting point for creating gaming assets. And here's some more, which I want to show you, is where I can run deep learning AI models directly on the HoloLens, right?
This might be a car wheel 3.5 meter in front of you. This might be a matchstick 1.1 meter in front of you.
So what you can hear is, well, it does object recognition, right? And so what I'm recording here, this video is recorded with a HoloLens. So I was wearing the HoloLens and recorded the video while this deep learning model is running on the lens for object recognition, right? So I trained a custom neural network model for object recognition, put that on the HoloLens, and then it runs almost real time on the HoloLens. This was recorded with a HoloLens 1. If I have it now on the HoloLens 2, it's like 10 times faster. And so that works really well. And so you might wonder, why would you need that? I know where the hammer is. I know where the power drill is. Well, but think about this could be specialized tools, right? Or in the gaming context, right? You could gamify that quite a bit, right? So there's a lot of progress you can do these days with this scenario is called intelligent edge scenarios. Basically taking these AI models, train them in the cloud, but then put them on an edge device like the HoloLens and execute them directly there. So you don't need a network connection. You have short latency. It doesn't take ages and so on, right? So there's a lot of potential with these kind of technology here for our use cases. And I could also see some gamified scenarios, right? Because what we could also do is like we could build a training application for professional use cases like enterprise customers. And we could, of course, gamify it in the end, right? It makes it much, much more fun. So some food for thought, right? But again, combining AI with spatial computing devices, which are in the end also driven by AI, provides us a lot of opportunities. Okay, folks, let's talk about remote rendering. And I will explain to you what this is. But first of all, what do you see here in the video? Well, this is a 3D model that has 18.7 million polygons. So this has nearly 19 million polygons, right? And that is a lot. And this might even be hard to render on a desktop computer, but forget it to render it on a mobile device like the HoloLens, right? So what I did not tell you is the HoloLens is fully untethered. So it doesn't just provide all these amazing, like, you know, kind of, sorry, let me pause the video. So it does not only provide you these amazing lenses where you can see the real world with your own eyes plus the virtual objects on top of it. And it does not also provide you all these amazing capabilities with the tracking it provides. No, it also does all of that on the device itself. It's self-contained, untethered. So it does the computing here, a little bit there, and the battery pack is here. So it does not need any cable connection, right? It's not computed on a PC. This is a PC. This is actually a Windows 10 PC, actually, in the end, right? And it also supports hand gestures, right? It can recognize your hands. If you touch some objects, it can recognize these hands, so you can get these interactions into play. All right? So that's a super impressive device, of course. But being fully untethered, mobile in the end, that also tells us it doesn't have your full-blown graphics card from a desktop. And so typically on a HoloLens, you can render 3D models with around 100 to 200,000 polygons, right? So this is really the typical limitation. So it would be impossible to render such a model with 19 million polygons directly on the device, right? But there's this new technology Microsoft is working on called Azure Remote Rendering, which basically takes the input from the HoloLens, like the head position, the head rotation, hand input, and all of that, sends that to one of these powerful Azure GPU virtual machines in a data center. Then it renders this complex 3D model in these data centers, these super powerful GPU virtual machines, and streams back the result as a video for the left and the right eye, of course, because we are talking about stereo 3D, plus the correct depth. So you could even combine it with locally rendered content, like your UI or any lighter items you render locally, combine that with the remotely rendered stuff. And that is exciting because that allows us to, as you can see, it also doesn't take a ton of bandwidth, right? This is like 20 Mbit per second, 20 megabit per second. They recommend 50 to 100 Mbit per second. But, that's happening across the world, actually, that, these internet connectivity becomes faster and faster pretty soon. Also, I'm looking forward to the Tesla satellites up in the space, right? What will be happening there, that we have good speed internet all across the world. Anyway, So exciting technology, because this allows us to take 3D models from our clients as they are. Like, think about computer-aided design, CAD models. They're typically that large, right? So we can take them and render them remotely on in the cloud, and then stream them in real time to the HoloLens, and it works amazingly well. It also works with photogrammetry models, of course, right? So you might have heard about photogrammetry. This is a technology where you can take hundreds or thousands of photos of the same object. Like here you can see these are the Pincio sculptures in Rome, in Italy. And so someone took hundreds or thousands of photos of the sculpture collection, run it through software like reality capture, and then you get a 3D model out of them, right? And these are also typically very high detailed, a lot of polygons. And again, we can render that directly. We don't have to do labor-intensive and very costly mesh reduction. We don't have to reduce these models. We can take these high detailed models as they are and render them directly, which is a huge milestone, of course, and provides us a lot of opportunities. Also, maybe to shrink down these devices, right? I mean, this is nice. You can wear it for quite a long time. I could wear it for hours, but still not something you can wear the whole day, right? And so having these kind of capabilities where we can offload the heavy lifting to the powerful cloud machines, we can maybe end up with glasses like this in the not too distant future, right? Who knows? But exciting times, I would say, especially with remote rendering. And of course, you see that applied in gaming already, right? Xbox streaming, Google Stadia, other kind of technology are already leveraging that. So I see a trend into that direction, definitely, for sure. All right, so let's cut back to the AR cloud, the augmented reality cloud, right? What I mentioned, this kind of digital copy, this digital twin of our whole physical world, which is an exciting technology that will change and impact how we interact with the real world around us. And that is, of course, for professional use cases as well as gaming. And there's a market research company called Gartner. You probably heard about them. They have an emerging tech hype cycle where they basically take a look at the data and figure out, okay, what are some of the most impressive technologies that will happen in the future and where you should pay attention to. And unsurprisingly, they have the AR cloud, the augmented reality cloud, also on the list with the highest benefit rating. They call it transformational, right? And so disruptive, if you will. And the good news is with these AR cloud devices, again, spatial computing is also a mobile device. We have devices on the market from Android with AR Core support, or from iOS, Apple with AR Kit support. And we're talking about over 1 billion devices that support these advanced AR capabilities that can participate in these AR cloud scenarios, right? So of course, it's a huge market, right? But let me show you some examples and how that actually works. So here in this example, you can see these gentlemen walking around an office space, right? And each of them has a smartphone, and each of them is capturing a little bit of an office space, right? Each of them is capturing a little snippet of it, a little puzzle piece. And the power of the AR cloud is really this. We can stitch all of these small puzzle pieces from each single device, isolated together to have a merged digital copy, which is this 3D scan in the end. But think about it, it's not just a 3D scan. It is actually a machine-readable map that can be understood with computer vision and with each of these devices. So we have a reference map of the real world for our digital content. And that allows us to bring in virtual content and persist it there, to anchor that, to put an anchor in the real world, because we have the reference map that matches it, right? And so here are some examples from Microsoft's implementation called Azure Spatial Anchors. There are a few other players working on AR cloud technologies. You have Facebook with Live Maps. You have Google with Google Cloud Anchors, but unfortunately, they just work on iOS and Android and are deleted after 24 hours. Then you have ARKit Location Anchors, just freshly announced. Another issue with them is they just work in certain locations, just some cities. They basically enabled it, like New York, London, and so on. And Microsoft Azure Spatial Anchors is the only working solution on the market that supports cross-platform, iOS, Android, HoloLens 1 and 2, and you can create these anchors wherever you want, and you can save them and persist them as long as you want, right? Well, let's take a look at this demo video I created, where I'm running. This is recorded on an Android device. So I create such an anchor in the real world on my Android device. What you can now see is a first-person view recorded on my HoloLens device. So I'm now wearing the HoloLens, record with the camera of the HoloLens. You see my phone in front of me. And you can see this anchor with the virtual signage with the company logo was also placed in the same location on the HoloLens, right? And that works because I uploaded that anchor from my Android device into the Azure Spatial Anchor Service, ASA, downloaded that on the HoloLens. It matches this into the tracking space of the HoloLens, into the own device understanding. And therefore, they both share the same reference location. And we're talking about centimeter range precision here. So this is not using GPS, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, or anything like that. This is using computer vision. It's analyzing the camera frames. And therefore, it can place it to a very precise location. So it works across devices, sharing across devices, and sharing over time, which you can see here. So here at this demo, I was in Seattle at the Pike Place Market and created such an anchor there, right? So I put an anchor, attached the company logo as a virtual reality sign to it. And then a few days later, I came back and relocalized the same content at the exact same location it found it again, right? And as you can see, the floor pattern changed, right? It was raining when I created the anchor. It dried up when I came back. And so there's a lot of challenges for the computer vision because it's analyzing camera data, right? But it still works. And if I will ever be able to travel back, then I might find the anchor is still there, right? And that's the exciting part about it. And we will talk about some more scenarios in a moment, and of course, gaming as well. So here's one. We're developing this application called Azure Spatial Anchors, which we're hopefully going to make open source, actually, so you might be able to use it for your own. But anyway, what you can see here is recorded on Android. So the gentleman is scanning around a little bit so that we have enough information about the real-world environment, right? And if we have enough information, you can create such an anchor, right? And now the lady is actually using an iPhone. So the guy is using an Android, she's using an iPhone. She's also scanning around. And after a few seconds, she will also find the same anchor the guy dropped. So they now both share the same reference location, right? So they both share the same reference location in the real world. And therefore, they can both interact with the virtual content, right? In this case is a kitchen sink, which we can also, of course, move and so on. And then, well, you could place it at the one-to-one scale in augmented reality. You could try out how it works, how it looks like. Again, a lot of scenarios for gaming, right? And again, you can save these kind of anchors in the real world. And so that's what I'm showing here. So I created such an anchor in front of my house. Then I just looking around, it found the anchor, loaded the 3D model I created, and shows me that, right? And you see that's a wooden Easter bunny and a nice small sculpture, right? And on the right-hand side, you can see the real wooden Easter bunny sculpture. And you guess what? How I did the 3D scan, how I created that model. It's a 3D scan, of course. And you know how I did it? With a mobile phone. That's how crazy it is. So I have one of these Samsung devices that have a TOF, a time of flight, a depth sensor built in. Of course, not the quality in Azure Connect has, but still, it's on a mobile phone, right? And so I just walked around it 40 seconds and created that 3D model really, really fast. And that is exciting because this allows me to get content created very fast just with a mobile phone, then put that in augmented reality. And thanks to the AR Cloud, I can persist it there. I can leave these kind of objects there and create my assets faster and then, share them with anyone in the world. All right, so we just talked about visual content on top of these anchors, right? But it doesn't have to be visual. It could also be audio. So take a look at this.
Yes.
Are you starting from the lobby of Studio C?
Yes.
And your phone to map the room.
So now she's scanning, like the first initial scan to know where she is, right? And so now it finds the first anchor. And now you have these kind of anchors that show her where she needs to go, right? But doesn't show it visually. These are audio snippets attached to it, spatial sound snippets. So she can hear where the sound is coming from. And that's exciting because we can build and solve issues. We can build inclusive experiences that solve issues we have been facing for decades, right? And that's really what I'm excited about, using this modern technology to build an inclusive and diverse world where everyone can participate, right? And again, these anchors are just reference locations, so I could attach audio snippets to it without any issue, right? All right, just a few more. I know we're getting close to the end, but I just want to show you a few more things, so hopefully that's fine. 5 minutes or so. So take a look at this. This is a concept my friends at Studio 05 in the Netherlands made. And you can see this Lego figure running around there in a theme park, right? And so this is just a concept they made, but we're actually in talks about making reality because now we have the technology, right? We can put these anchors there. We can put these wayfinding information there in a real theme park. And therefore, we can have this little gamified figure guide you to the attraction, right? Pretty cool. And so the whole world becomes our canvas, right? We can make urban murals and think about all your, like, look at this first. So you see this kind of graffiti, right? But there's an ugly publicly parking sign over there. But we could enhance it with virtual content. And we could bring in our good old friend Clippy. And we can now have Clippy in 3D. I guess I'm showing my age here to the young audience. So Clippy was a kind of a funny thing Microsoft had in like 20 years ago or so. But joke aside, think about all these social media apps like Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, and whatnot. Right now, they have all these AR effects, right? And create amazing creator tools and a lot of push on that. And so you have these AR camera effects, face tracking, but also, real AR in the real world. And now, right now, you can just take a photo, share a video. That's it. But what about if I could actually place my augmented reality content in the real world and save it there at the real world location and then tell my friends, hey, I left a 3D model, I left some cool stuff there, go check it out, right? I mean, this is definitely, there's potential. And well, of course, the companies are realizing that. And well, Snapchat is just working on that. So look at this. This is what they have shown at the recent Partner Summit. It's called Local Lenses. And that really makes the thing a reality, what I have been talking about since over a year, right, with AR Cloud Tech. Like the whole world becomes our canvas, right? And so they will integrate that into Snapchat. And you can see, right, they're painting it all together in a shared fashion. But it's also interesting in the sense of that Snapchat has these great creator tools. So you can probably also make games, right into Snapchat, which use AR Cloud technology. And they provide great tooling with their creator tools and their own implementation of the AR Cloud. So definitely pay attention to that. All right, and here's a recent one, which I just did yesterday, actually, a demo here I created, where I took an old video clip. So I live here in Germany in a city called Dresden, right? And so I took an old video clip from 1946 from Dresden and put that into augmented reality at the real location. And now, thanks to augmented reality cloud, I could save that. So I saved that clip there at the exact location you can see here. So someone else can come and watch into this kind of time machine portal, right? Watch into this historic site with their own device, right, at any time. So you can build some pretty interesting, engaging experiences for, tourists and whatnot. And definitely, I think that has some potential. And also, when we think about AI, we could use it to enhance these kind of videos, right? So we could apply like denoising, upscaling, frame interpolation, and of course also coloring, right? We could make this colored. There's a lot of progress happening in the AI space. And also, if we think about like 3D depth estimation, I've shown you before, right? I might just apply 3D depth estimation. It might give me a good 3D kind of estimation. And so I might just like set these different planes at different angles, have these kind of parallax Ken Burns 3D effect. A lot of stuff to explore. Very early preview I'm showing you here. But yeah, exciting times. And of course, games. This AR Cloud just streams games. I mean, you have seen Pokemon Go in the beginning, right? Guess what? The maker of Pokemon Go, Niantic, acquired a company called 60 AI, which is also working in the AR Cloud space, a great startup. Well, before they were acquired, it was a startup. Now they're part of Niantic. And you can imagine what they will be doing with Pokemon Go in the end, right? They will give you really precise augmented reality locations with their amazing technology, occlusion as well, and all of that good stuff. And, this technology really democratizes location-based game development, right? Like everyone can use that and you can build games. So here's a little concept I made where I put fruits all over the place, like a scavenger or hide and seek game. And so I put a banana right next to the sidewalk. Good thing is it's a virtual banana, so anyone won't slip on it. So that's good. But yeah, I mean, again, anyone can build games with that are location based and really precise locations. And guess what? Actually, Microsoft is doing that themselves. As you probably know, Microsoft acquired the Mojang Games, the maker of Minecraft, a few years ago. And so they built now a mobile game called Minecraft Earth, which allows you to play these games in augmented reality. And of course, under the hood is actually using Microsoft's AR cloud technology called Azure Spatial Anchors to have these kind of shared experiences, right? And again, this does not use GPS, so you get really precise information. And you can do it online, indoors as well as outdoors. You get precise locations which you can share with your friends. And also you can persist them in real world in augmented reality and leave these adventures there. And yeah, now you can do that as well. Just sign up. Azure Spatial Anchors is actually free. And so you can build these experiences yourself. Yeah, that's it. Now go and build some awesome stuff. I think it's an exciting time to be alive. I mean, we see science fiction technology becoming a reality, right? For real. And this is thanks to all this amazing progress with computer vision and a lot of other things, of course. But really, we have mobile devices in our pocket. We have these kind of upcoming devices. Well, this is already here, but I just keep on saying upcoming because we will see more of these head-mounted devices, of course, right, in this decade. And so we have all these devices that can spatially sense the world around us. And now we also have this reference of the real world around us, the AR cloud. And so this will dramatically change how we interact with the real world for professional use cases, but even more so, I think, for consumer use cases and especially gaming. So it's a good time to be in that space. And yeah, I wish you all the best. Thank you for your attention. Stay safe and take care. And again, here's my name. Find me on LinkedIn. You see my Twitter handle also on the bottom. You know, find me on Twitter as well. And I keep on sharing all these stuff constantly throughout the year. And so, yeah, again, thanks for having me at Africacomicade. It was a huge pleasure and an honor to be here. And so back to the crew and take care, my friends.
About firebase.com. This is an app that you download, and when you download it, you just want to answer a question and you win.
Is that curry fat? Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, cool. Hi, everybody. My name's Patrick Martin, and I'm a developer advocate with Firebase. And I'm kind of here to talk about how Firebase might help you if you choose to use it during the game jam. So let's see if I can get my slides going. So a little bit about me before I get started, because it might help you get into the mindset of what I want to talk about here. I have over a decade in game development experience, mostly in the mobile space. I've also done some prototyping with robot toys. Before I worked for Google, my job was actually to like build cool prototypes like this. I'm currently a developer advocate with Firebase, which is kind of an interesting role. It means that I go out to conferences like this, or I virtually attend conferences when I can't go out to kind of talk about Firebase. But then it's also my job to hear what you like or don't like about the product and kind of internalize that up to the team. And a big reason why I was excited to talk here today is that I absolutely love game jams. This was actually a relatively silly game I made for, I believe, the Global Game Jam one year. So I figure I'll give you a brief outline of what I'll talk about today. All right, so currently we're in the introduction. So my goal is I have a 90-minute time slot. And for some people, if your goal is to use Firebase in a 48-hour game jam, you'll want to stick around for the whole thing, right? But 90 minutes is also a really long time. So I'm going to structure this from kind of the most broad topics to the most general, so that maybe if you're not interested in like watching me actually put it into a Unity project, you could just get like a brief overview of what Firebase is and tune out later. You know, normally in a real conference talk, I would just like stare at people as they got up and walked out the back, but I can't do that here, so I'm not even going to pretend, right? I'll start with some tips about game jams, just because I love jamming. I did prototyping for a number of years. I think there might be some useful stuff, and maybe that will keep some of you in a little bit longer. Then I'll talk about Firebase, what it does, and just like why you would use it. And I'll make like a pitch for why you should use it this weekend. I'll nerd out about some specifics with Unity and Firebase. And this is just because like, I don't want you to like see a weird window pop up and say like, I'm not going to use this. Like, is this going to break something or something like that? And finally, I'll see if I can get some quick live coding in. If I don't get a chance to, I have some backups. I'll show you one of my demo projects. And I want to save time for Q&A if we can. So yeah, let's get started. Oh yeah, and one other thing, due to some weird rules, nothing to do with like Africacomicade, I cannot actually share my slides after this. So if you see something cool, just like write down the timestamp or screenshot it, right? And because I'm doing this talk like backwards, right? You might leave partway through. I want to give you all the really useful links right now. So if you're writing down timestamps, do that now. Take a screenshot. Just real quick through this. The top link is our Firebase for Games, just like marketing page. It has some case studies and stuff. It's kind of useful. Next is a really big URL, but that's a Unity playlist of all like the Firebase and Unity videos we've done. There is a community Slack channel at firebase.community, and a lot of people are very active there. There's also a subreddit. And if you want to get my attention in the subreddit, we have these things called Flare. So add either Unity or I think gaming Flare, and I'll filter it when going through. And if you do use Unity, it works best if you use Unity 2019 and don't use main template decorator. But this is a game jam. That wouldn't stop me, and it shouldn't stop you. So there's a blog post that just covers how to fix some issues that the team's aware about. It's just timing with this game jam was a little unfortunate, but fixes are on the way, and it's really easy to work around, right? And then the final thing is I'm at Puxor on the Twitter. That's with a 0 and a silent 3, because that's what I thought was cool in high school. So you'll find me tweeting a lot about Firebase, and also I have a Medium channel with all of my blogs. They're almost all like Firebase and games dev related. So I also really want to hear if you use Firebase for this game jam, whether or not it's with Unity. So just a reminder, share your stuff with me at Puxor, at Firebase. I'll probably retweet. They might retweet. If you do something cool, write an article and submit it to our Medium publication. If it gets accepted, it's basically like free publicity, right? And show off all the cool things you make on the Firebase community and the subreddit. So with that, it's time for some quick game jam tips. So my first thing is you really want to go fast and break things, right? I used to do prototyping, as I said. A prototype, I like to say that a prototype is worth 1,000 meetings, right? You only have 48 hours, and if you're not careful, you can spend all of that just planning. So be willing to just build something, delete it, and build again, and feel your way to your final game. That's how you'll make something like, really great, and also on time. And really do not be afraid to make mistakes. This is obviously how you learn, but also game jams are my favorite environment for experimenting with wacky new processes that I normally don't have time for at work. And also a fun thing about this picture in particular, this frightening looking fire hazard is a battery powered Nintendo 64 I built to propose to my wife. It's a long story. Remember to sleep. I've done game jams for 48 hours straight, and I've also done them taking 2 to 4 hours to rest. And you'll be very glad that you did, and your game will actually be better, somewhat counterintuitively. And most importantly, make friends. I know that a lot of you probably really want to win, and it's super tempting to be that really cool, come from behind stealth victor that nobody expected. But game jams are the most fun and the most valuable when you're talking to your fellow jammers outside of your team. You know, you could get like a different perspective as you try to explain something. You could get like new insight as you help somebody else with their problem. And sometimes, you know, even though this is fun, it can be stressful. And it's just really nice to decompress with a bunch of awesome people who are interested in the same wacky stuff that you are. The thing I like to say is that you probably will not build the next groundbreaking game in 48 hours, but you'll almost certainly make new friends and connections for life. So I would at least recommend prioritizing that. So enough of that wackiness. You're ostensibly here to learn about how to make a game as quickly as possible and possibly use Firebase to help you along. And kind of when I say possibly, that's really important, right? I will absolutely ruin your game jam experience and your opinion of Firebase if I trick you into using Firebase for something it's not good for. So I'm going to be a little bit more like negative than I would typically, but that's just because you have 48 hours. And if something's going to take longer than 10 minutes, I don't even want to like suggest that you use it. Right. But I also, every like game jam I've participated in for like the past couple of years, I've used Firebase. So it's really great for the things it's really awesome for. So the main mission of Firebase is to help developers succeed by making it easy to build, release, and operate a successful game. Actually, I kind of stole this from the Firebase apps team. I'm a games-focused EA, so I say games, everyone else says apps. But yeah, this is what we're focused on with Firebase and games. And Firebase is serverless, and I forgot to put a picture here. So just pretend I have like an X around the server or something. If you're not familiar with this term, this doesn't mean that there aren't servers, right? But it does mean that you don't have to worry about them. You basically tell Firebase what you want to do, like here, put some data up here, run this function on a server, and Firebase will move stuff around in the background and make it happen, which, you know, is super useful, especially in a game jam. But as I said in my first slide, the goal, or like when I was talking about jamming, the goal of a game jam really should be to learn something new. And, you know, if your goal is to like learn Kubernetes this weekend, Firebase is not going to be the thing that helps you do that. But if your goal is to just make a game and like, you know, add some cool online component, this will be really useful. And really to understand what Firebase will bring to the table, I try to compartmentalize it into 3 general categories. The first category is a group of products I like to call the build products. These are all of our backend services, right? This is what you'd actually do when like writing code in a text editor to make something happen. Next, there are quality products. These you won't necessarily use all of these in a game jam, but some of them are still like really useful. And then there are grow products. These are kind of, we're starting to call this grow and operate. This is what you would use to kind of maintain your game in the long run, to retain users, to monetize your game. Because, you know, eventually it's nice to make money, right? So all of these are really useful. And our growth tools are like some of the best I've used. but you're not going to have much use of them for the game jam. So I'm going to focus much more on quality and build and growth. Use that after this 48 hours, right? The reason why I say that is like the core of our growth stuff is Google Analytics. And under normal circumstances, there are a bunch of caveats around this to make it faster, but under normal circumstances, expect it to take like 24 hours to get your first analytics report. So if you're in a 48-hour game jam and you implement analytics on the second day, you won't have time to act on them, right? But these tools will be really great once you have a bunch of players and your game's been running for a while, because they're good at watching large sections of players and giving you an idea about what's going on in your game over time. So Firebase also ships is a bunch of SDKs. Something I think sets us apart a little bit is that we're so heavily focused on the client space. So I have here iOS, Android, Web, C++, Unity, Flutter. All of these will make great games. Like I will not say that you can't make a game with any of these SDKs. And if you follow me on Twitter, you'll see that I'm doing a bunch of random stuff with Flutter for some reason. But the C++ and Unity SDKs were built just for game developers and for game development. So these will kind of be my focus, and specifically Unity again will be my focus today. And the platforms Unity is available on. If you're using a SDK in a game jam, especially the Unity SDK in the game jam, consider iOS and Android your primary targets. Firebase can support the desktop, but it's beta, and that really does mean beta, not like Gmail style beta, right? So there will be some rough hedges, and you might have trouble shipping within 48 hours. The main use case of our desktop support is actually to make it easier to test Firebase in the editor. So I'm not going to stop you from using Firebase to build a desktop game, but if you're building it, definitely plan on making a mobile game. And if like Windows and like Windows, Linux, and Mac OS work, then that's really awesome. And also, finally, Firebase does have excellent support for the web, and I think the web was actually one of like Firebase's first SDKs. This is like websites, but the Unity web target does not support the Firebase SDK. It's a bunch of technical minutia, but basically, the Unity SDK is built on top of C++, and getting the C++ SDK to work for web targets is a can of worms that we just haven't fully explored yet. But as an aside, JavaScript is really good for making games fast, right? I just want to recommend some SDKs. You'll want to use the normal Firebase web SDK for these, as opposed to like Unity's. And Firebase hosting will give you a great place to put web games. But if you're planning on making a 2D game in the game jam, consider Phaser and Contra.js. One of the best designers I've ever worked with did all of his prototyping in Phaser, and he was like really fast at it. Contra is, I believe, was made for the GS13K game jam. It's a really bare bones but really straightforward JavaScript SDK. And if you're into 3D stuff and don't want to use Unity for some reason, and you want to build for the web, 3JS and Babylon.js are just ace, right? They're two really good, really easy to use 3D JavaScript-based game engines. But my focus is Unity and C++. So if you have questions about the web SDK, I'll be pretty bad at answering them, unfortunately. All right, so that's enough of that. Let's see exactly what we can do, right? So I'm going to start looking at the build tools. And again, this is just to really quickly help you build some web features. So some things you might do is like you could use Firebase authentication and real-time database to make like a turn-based multiplayer game. Like kind of think tic-tac-toe or rock, paper, scissors. This will be awesome for that. And X is a really bad player here. And you could even maybe add cloud functions into this game, right? So have a server decide whose turn it is, and decide who the winner is. So like nobody says, hey, I won. Like Circle can't say, hey, I won here, right? You could also combine cloud functions and real-time database to build a high score table. I know this picture is really tiny, but this is a game we made called Mecha Hamster that has a pretty cool high score table, actually with replays in it using Firebase cloud storage. And then if you really wanted to get wild, you could use Firebase hosting to set up a site to like show high scores, even to people who don't have your game installed. And, you know, if you have user generated content in your game, you could use Firebase authentication to log people in, then store user content either in the real-time database or the cloud storage, depending on what makes sense. So how would you choose, right? First, let's look at Firebase authentication. This is really the basis of the growth tools and what makes them so cool and like so convenient for game development. These will be kind of your, this will be your key to building a secure game with Firebase. And it's really easy to use. You can log a user in under 10 lines of code. And of course, I'm not going to just make broad claims like this without backing them up. So bam, under 10 lines of code. And in fact, this line is the one that's actually doing the login, right? Everything else around it is just making sure that the user isn't already logged in. It's a slight detail here, but Firebase auth does persist logins across launches of your game automatically. And this is what we call anonymous sign-in. So you can give a user account without requiring them to log in and give you credentials. And, you know, Firebase auth does support a ton of different authentication providers. Out of the box, built into the Firebase SDK that you download, you'll get email and password authentication and anonymous authentication. So that's kind of like email and password is for like if you need to log in across installs or across devices. Anonymous authentication works with just one install of your game. And all these other SDKs, you just have to grab their SDK to use, right? So if you use Google single sign-on, you need to get like, you know, the Google SDK or like Facebook or Twitter. Similarly, you have to use their SDK to get a token, and then you give the token to Firebase auth, and you automatically have a user account to use with everything else in Firebase. Next is, you know, real-time database. This is really, you know, this was kind of one of the first Firebase products and is the heart of your cloud-connected game, if that's what you choose to do. So this lets you store and upload data securely and in real time from literally, you know, thousands of concurrent users. When I looked at our limits page the other day, I believe we currently say 200,000. That's 200,000 concurrents, not 200,000 users total. And this works offline with powerful caching tools. These let you kind of reconcile data conflicts if they arise, and they let you keep using real-time database even if your user goes offline or has spotty internet connection. So you can still just write data into it, read data out from it, and just invisibly in the background, the server will happen when it can. And what makes this kind of fun to use is it's a what we call a NoSQL database. It represents everything as a kind of giant JSON document. So you can peel off any corner of the database and it's identical to any other corner, right? You can just look anywhere. You don't have to worry about the schemas, which could be a pro, could be a con, depending on your personality. And if you don't think that I'm going to try to illuminate how easy this is with some out of context code, you are dead wrong, right? So first I want to highlight how easy it is to listen to changes in real time. This is that bit about it, handling offline and online code just like seamlessly, right? You apply this listener and it immediately gives you whatever's in the cache if there is anything. So if you write data and you're offline, this listener will trigger anyway. And then when new data comes down from the server in real time, usually under a second, you'll get this event will get raised again, and you can take an action on it in your game. Setting data is just about as easy as saving it to your file system. I actually kind of think it's a little easier for me if you've dealt with like using just the file class on like Android or iOS in Unity. It's just due to the operating system's security models. It can be kind of hard to find a place to shove stuff. And note that I'm not even bothering to like build JSON stuff on my own. I just use Unity's built-in JSON utility. I will add a note that JSON utility is kind of, I don't like using it in production just because it doesn't handle some error cases the way I would like, but it'll be great for a 48-hour game jam. And I won't get into too much detail. There are plenty of videos and resources about this, but combining auth and real-time database is kind of how you make everything really secure. Make sure that only the users you want access the parts of the database you want them to access. So for example, this is like some convoluted example. It's hard to read. I should have fixed that. So this just says that map list is like a part of my database, and this security rule says that anybody can read the map list, right? And it'd be really easy to literally just say auth is not equals to null to make the map list only readable by authenticated users. And again, we dive into so much detail about how rules work online, and I don't want to accidentally say something wrong. So check out this URL to see more about it. The other really common pattern is to name a node after like a user ID. So like if your user ID is 5, you make the node 5. And then your rule is like auth.uid equals to like the node ID. Again, check it out. It's really straightforward. And then there's also storage. And this is technically a database, but it's just easier to describe it as your file system, but in the cloud, right? It lets you reference arbitrary binary objects. We don't put really any restrictions on like what those objects might be. You reference them with a path, and you can just download them or upload them with metadata. Just like real-time database, you can control access with rules. So like, I know this isn't a game, but if you're making like, an Instagram clone, you can use rules to decide who gets to see which uploaded pictures. And, this means that whatever you opt to upload, like, you could have replays of your player's best time, or maybe you need to distribute new art to a live game. You can just safely control who sees it and when. And of course, to continue my theme of out of context code snippets, here's just some code from my Firebase Storage Unity tutorial where I upload a screenshot. Most of the top is unnecessary, right? I get a reference, which is just my path. GUID.NewGUID gives me like a random ID. I convert a texture 2D to bytes, which a texture 2D in this case is just a screenshot. Set some metadata saying like, this is a PNG image and a bunch of stuff that makes sense only in the context of the video. Then I just upload it with put bytes async, and that's it. It's in the cloud. And when you want to download it again, it's literally just get bytes async. And like, I know long.max value is really weird here. That field tells you how many bytes you expect. You want this to be smaller than long max value. That's like a really big 64-bit number, but just make it something reasonable for your content, right? Sorry, it's like 5 a.m. here. I need my coffee. And there are some quality products I want to highlight as well. Crashalytics is something that if you choose to use Firebase in a mobile game, just turn it on. It's free. And what it does is it gives you in near real time, practically real time, as far as I'm concerned, crash reports from the field, complete with stack traces, which means that, whenever a user crashes, whether they're in the room with you or, oh, sorry. this is when I would normally wake up. So whenever a user crashes, whether or not they're in the room with you, you can start debugging their code without attaching a debugger. And when you actually ship your game, so this is super useful while you're prototyping and sharing demos, but when you actually ship your game, it'll be really useful for triaging bugs. So you'll be able to see how often a crash occurs. And, if you have a bunch of bugs, you would be able to say, hey, maybe this device is only owned by like 1% of our users. So let's fix this after we fix like the major bug, like hitting everybody on like this operating system or something. You can also get like real-time alerts. So like if all of a sudden, like, a new version of an operating system goes out and suddenly people start crashing, you can get an alert like, hey, everybody drop what you're doing. It's time to fix a thing. I also think that for a game jam, you should just use Firebase app distribution. Whether or not you use Firebase for the rest of your game, you do not have to integrate anything into your game to make this work. And what it does is you just drag and drop your iOS or Android binaries into the app distribution console, and then you can create an invite link to invite people to join it. Now, I should warn that look at your Apple licensing agreement if you do plan to use this with an iOS game. I believe their terms required you to use TestFlight for distributing to testers, but app distribution might be okay for your internal team. So, if you happen to have an enterprise signing certificate, don't get it revoked. And like I said, the CLI is a bullet point here and is really cool once you're in production. But again, it's just literally drag and drop. And you can start sharing out an APK. And unfortunately, I don't have any out of context code to share with y'all because I normally don't use the CLI. But this is a picture of a game I won at the last game jam I participated in. And I think Firebase app distribution helped because in the slides when we're presenting our final games, I'm like, here, scan this QR code to install and play this game. And that went to app distro, signed people up. I could push updates to them. So I cannot claim that I won because of app distribution, but I didn't not win because of it. There's a ton more Firebase can do. Again, this will be just a really quick pitch for growth. These are awesome tools. People use Firebase for live ops and all sorts of things. There are some great case studies, but you won't get that much of a chance to use them in 48 hours. So something you can do is combine analytics predictions and cloud messaging to measure something called churn, to predict whether or not a user will leave your game and uninstall it. So you can do cool things like we have this really cool case study someone did where they used predictions to detect if a player was going to stop playing. Before they stopped playing, they'd send them a cloud message with some in-game premium currency, and they found that it drove up their user retention a bunch. You can also, something I like just from a game design perspective, you can use a remote config to push down like configuration changes to your game from the cloud. And you can use A/B testing to decide whether or not that was a good change. Now, unless you happen to get like a couple thousand users for your game jam game, A/B testing won't be able to give you much signal out of the noise, right? But this lets you like experiment live with your real user base and really find out how your game can be the best that it can be. Another fun thing to do to kind of spur organic growth in your game is to reward players for inviting their friends. So you could be like, hey, play this game with me, and send a dynamic link to the game. And then like, message back with called messages with like currency or something. And again, if you right, one other thing. You you can configure a game. I think this is really cool based on player skill. So like, accessibility in games is a big topic these days, and like you want to make your game as fun for as many players as possible, which means frustrating them, but also as accessible as possible. So like, you don't want to frustrate a player more than you need to. So you can use analytics and predictions to like measure how good a player is, like maybe group them based on their score or something. And then you could use predictions to predict whether somebody's going to fall into like a high score or low score group, and use remote config to send down an easier or harder game based on what you predict their skill level to be. And this is like a bunch of hand wavy nonsense, so then you can verify whether or not this works with A/B testing, right? And if you didn't write it down before, this is the product marketing page for Firebase for games. I hate sharing marketing stuff as a engineer myself, but this will have use cases, also like link you out to all the products, give you more time to dig into this on your own time, right? So this brings me to my area of expertise, which is mixing Firebase with Unity. And this is where it's going to start getting kind of boring and technical, but I think really useful. So hopefully not many of you will disappear, but this is why I put resources at the top. So if you've built a connected service just with Unity without integrating Firebase, you probably have seen something like this. I literally copied and pasted this out of Unity's like how to use web request stuff. And this gets kind of funky, right? Like you have to build up all these post strings on your own. You're responsible for the interface between the web and your game. So all like the stuff I've talked about with caching, doesn't apply here. And if you consider stuff like analytics and Crashlytics, it'd be really hard to build these with normal Unity network code. I mean, Crashlytics is probably kind of obvious. You need it to run when your game crashes. But analytics does some like clever stuff when the operating systems allow it to, such as like batching all of your analytics calls together and sending them up in the background when it's optimal. So like when you have network connection and like maybe waiting for when you're plugged in. I'm not exactly sure what heuristics they do, but it's optimized to kind of minimize your battery impact and minimize your network costs, right? And a big thing with batching those calls in is your game might not be running when these analytics events eventually get batched and sent up, which obviously you can't do something in Unity if Unity isn't running. And then there are tools like Cloud Messages, which let you send push notifications to your players. They might pop in like, the notification shade in Android or something, but they could be just data notifications. So you could like silently push more coins to a player in the background, or like remind them to take more turns, or say like, hey, your energy's recharged. And this kind of like OS integration stuff, it's not impossible in Unity. Obviously our SDK does it somehow, but it won't necessarily be straightforward with just the API surface Unity gives you in C#. So the way Firebase does this is a really quick block diagram I threw together of our SDK. Hopefully it helps me illustrate it a little better. But the game's SDK is this C++ part in the middle. You see it has like a little elbow down for the desktop platforms. Desktop support has been explicitly developed for game developers to, make it easier to test your game without dealing with emulators, since emulators do OpenGL poorly sometimes, and to make it so you don't have to build your C++ and push it down to a device. I know this has gotten faster, but it can still be slow. So that's where the games SDK is. Unity sits on top of that. So, our Unity SDK does not have to bind to each operating system individually. It just binds to the C++ SDK, and then down into these boxes for Android and iOS. The cool thing here is that we have dedicated teams for iOS and Android Firebase products. This is why mobile developers who don't build games love us so much. C++ is newer. But like iOS and Android developers, these SDKs fit into each operating system, taking advantage of each OS's strengths when they can. And just like, they're very purpose built. So what's cool here, what I want to illustrate really is that what you're getting in our Unity SDK is almost all the power. There's some features that are missing, but for the most part, all the power that you get with the Android and iOS native developers would get, but in C# and cross-platform. So just a few more technical details. I see that I'm about 37 minutes in. I have plenty of time. Depending on how you integrate the SDK, you may see this window, which I recommend just clicking add selected registries real fast, but I'll actually talk a bit more about this in a moment. But you also will see these two windows. And I found, talking to developers, this is the number one reason why people might not choose Firebase. They see this does a bunch of things, and Firebase might feel heavy in the Unity editor. So just to take some time to explain what's going on, I recommend enabling dependency resolution. If you remember that block diagram before, iOS and Android are native SDKs, right? So what you're doing when you enable dependency resolution, when you see this scary window over on your right, is you're pulling down all the native dependencies that make the Firebase SDK work. And the tool that does this is called the External Dependency Manager for Unity. It's actually open source. It's maintained by Firebase, but tons of SDK developers use it. And it just lets you tie your Unity logic directly into native source code, or not the logic, but it helps you manage your native dependencies through Unity. Under the hood, it's using CocoaPods on iOS and Gradle on Android. These are just, if you haven't done native mobile game development before, these are kind of typical dependency managers for each operating system. And of course, yeah, this does it so you don't have to. Also, when you go to add your Unity game to Firebase, this is a pro tip, and kind of you're the first group getting this, since I haven't, Unity 2020.1 is new and I haven't gotten much time to write about it. So when you go to add your Unity game, use the Unity icon. And eventually you'll get asked to download an SDK. I would say don't do this anymore. It's like several gigs. It's giant. And like literally half the SDK you don't need, because we split it between, like, if you're using .NET 3 and like .NET 4. So just as a sneak peek about what I recommend, note that, as I said, there are some build issues just with Android and just with Unity 2020.1. But those issues are just that, like, the sneaky things Firebase does in the background to hook everything up don't work anymore. So I can really easily walk you through just doing that manually, and once you do it, it sticks. Takes like takes like a minute or two. But the best way to pull the Firebase SDK in now is to right click on packages and click reveal and finder, and you'll find, you'll have to go into packages. You'll find your manifest.json, and again, this will work in Windows as well. I think it'll be reveal and explorer instead of reveal and finder, and yeah, I'm sure Linux as well. And then go to this page. Otherwise, I'm just going to like tell you a bunch of code that's going to be annoying to type in, right? So screenshot this page, Firebase, google.com, docs, Unity setup, or just search for like getting started with Unity and Firebase, or like, or yeah, add Firebase to your Unity project is a good thing to search for. You're looking for this block of code. And the best way to integrate Firebase now, I think, is to go into that manifest.json and just drop that code at the end of it. And then after clicking refresh a couple of times, because the package manager is still kind of new, you'll get this option called My Registries, and your Firebase SDKs will be there ready to download here. So this means that you only download the SDKs you need when you need them, which will save you bandwidth costs, save you time, and just like, the SDK can be big, and this is just so much nicer now that we can finally do this. And just before I dive into code, because I know it can be boring to watch somebody type, right? So if I lose the rest of you once I start doing the live demo, I want to really quickly go over how to integrate Firebase. So when you click that Firebase icon in the console, one of the things it's going to ask you to do is download some configuration files for Google services.json and Google service info.plist. Drag and drop that into your assets directory. And the thing you're going to want to make sure you do is initialize Firebase once you have those in your game. And the reason why I want to call this out is most of the platforms and like toolkits you'll use to integrate Firebase have a clear main entry point, like void main, do a bunch of stuff, start your game loop or something. But Unity isn't really structured like that. Unity has a bunch of scenes. You can make any scene your first scene. There's no special first scene. And even though all of your behaviors run one at a time, it's easiest to internalize them is all running at the same time, right? So what you want to do is have some initialization script that just runs before any other Firebase feature. You're going to want to call check and fix dependencies async. This is just because Firebase on Android requires what's called GMS core, also known as like play services. And this just makes sure that play services are available. And if they are available but out of date, it'll prompt your player to update them. Next, this line of code does a lot of work that you might not realize it's doing. Default instance actually initializes Firebase and sets up the singleton. Usually, if you use Firebase for anything, this will just happen and you don't have to explicitly call it and like throw it into like a garbage instance variable. But if you're using products like Analytics or Crashlytics that you might not actually write any code to use, you're gonna want to like throw in this one line of code just to make sure Firebase turns on. And then finally, I'll get to this when I'm actually demoing, but I love using Unity events for everything. I can hook them up in the editor. It makes my like mono behaviors really reusable. So I just like throwing in like on Firebase initialize.invoke on a Unity event to kick you off. And as I've said a couple times, Unity 2020.1 changed its build system, and I think for the better. Basically, older versions, like especially when I started with Unity, like it just did this like wacky custom thing to make an Android build happen. And fast forward to 2020.1 and really I think 2019.3, if you turn on main template.gradle, their Android build process looks just like any other Android project, right? You have your project level Gradle file, you have your module level Gradle files, you have your Gradle settings, your Gradle properties. But because everything changed, all the tooling that was built to work around the old way stopped working. So this is really just summarizing what normal Android developers have to do to integrate Firebase, and doing it for Unity until we make it as like easy and turnkey as we want it to be. I was really, really hoping that we'd have it fixed by this talk, but just unfortunately it's taking time. So see this blog post. And a note on security. GitHub will complain about you committing your Google services.json and Google service info.plist. These are actually safe to add to source control. And actually the data in these is trivially retrievable from your shipping games. So there's no secrets. No one's going to get admin access to your game if you do share these. Now, the warning I will say is that these have like the URL to your real-time database and to your cloud storage, right? So if you do upload these to like a public source control repo, make sure you have like a basic security rule like auth not equals to null, because otherwise people just be able to pull your URL from your from like your Google services and write whatever they want into your like cloud storage database. So that's just to say, when GitHub yells at you for uploading secrets, it's kind of wrong, but just be careful because it can still hurt if you're not careful. And of course, the easiest way to make this all work, like if you want to use real-time database but not add a login page, in that Firebase init script you write, just after you get your dependency status available, check if the user's logged in. If they're not, log them in anonymously. You'll just instantly get security, so like you can lock down your stuff with auth, and also have user accounts without necessarily requiring like, you know, a whole login flow and stuff. That's just a fun prototyping pro tip. So yeah, demo. This didn't take as long as I feared it would, so I think I'll be able to do a real integration. Oh man, it's down to 6 of you. I have scared you all off. So I have a Unity project open over here. So there's not really much to this project right now. What I've done is just created a new project. And the only reason why I didn't do this live is it can take some time and I don't want to bore you. So I've already created this project. I built it off of Unity's Flappy Bird sample project that you can find in the Unity asset store. And yeah, if I click run, this is it running right now without Firebase at all. So that was really bad. Let me just do this again. This is enthralling media, I know, but I think it's really important for you to understand Flappy Bird. There we go. I got 1 point. I really just wanted to not lose, right? So when you're integrating Firebase, let me just walk you through how this process goes. So the first thing you'll want is to make sure you set up a project. Note that I'm building for Android, and you're going to want other settings. Yeah, this package name, you're just gonna want to make it something cool. And everything I do will work in Android and iOS, but it takes time to switch platforms. So I'm just gonna do this all on Android for now. Yeah, note that it does work in iOS. And if you're on Windows, you do have to install iOS support for some of the EDM4U stuff to not yell at you. Maybe you don't care about it yelling, but I would just recommend throwing it in. So yeah, I go here. I don't know, com.firebase.coolbirddemo. Right? So let's get started and actually integrate this into a Firebase game. And I have somewhere as well all the links I need. But let's go into the Firebase console. Click add a project. Just call it like, you know, cool Flappy Bird game. Enthralling stuff. And actually, this is a great time. I'm keeping an eye up on I guess the YouTube streaming thing. So if you have questions while Firebase or Unity or anything is just doing its thing, I'll come and look at the chat up here and see if you have anything, if you've asked anything. So feel free to like ping in there, and I'll look at it when I get a chance. So yeah, let me create a cool Flappy Bird demo. Yeah, I'll turn analytics on. So this is just a thing. You have to select an analytics account. It's because Firebase now uses Google Analytics on the back end, which is like a really cool, powerful analytics tool, but also means that we have this drop-down box. Since I've used analytics before, I have this default account that I can tune into. But it's like you just type a word, and like the account, it's safe to put all of your games in one account. I'll actually separate each one of them out in what's called a analytics property. And if you use like if you use the actual Google Google Analytics console, there are some other cool things you can do now there. So yeah, we have a project. Gonna add my Unity game that I just created. Again, just for time's sake, I am gonna focus on Android. It's because personally I use an Android phone. A lot of my coworkers use iPhones, so we're really not as biased as you might think at first. Let's see, what do I call this? Cool bird demo. Pro tip, I always put the platform here first because usually I have like two projects, one for iOS and one for Android. So really just which platform is the most important there. So right, click register the app, download this. Let's see, show it in Finder. Yes, it opened up there, which is what I was hoping. So where you put this, it just has to be anywhere under the assets directory. I like putting my configuration files under a folder named data. So if I just drag and drop this file I downloaded under data, what I've just done is I've told Unity where my Firebase game, lives. So go back here. Now this is where I said this is going to ask you to download an SDK. This is like huge. I don't even want to download that, right? So if I go back, I put this link in my slides because I wanted it too. If I go to that page I told you about earlier in my presentation, just copy the scoped registries thing out right here. Go over here, right click, reveal in Finder. Go over to packages, manifest.json, open with, I like VS Code. I need to make Xcode not the default. This is why I say if you have questions in the chat, feel free to add them in and I will answer them while we wait for loading screens, right? Oh, cool. New release. Please don't break everything. Here we go. So I just added that scoped registries to the end. It's important to note that I added a comma just because, it's a JSON file. If I hit save, go back to my Unity project, it's going to do its whatever and go over here to the package manager. And just what I'm looking for from the package manager right now is if I go into my assets, there should be like my registries here. So, oh, error refreshing. Did I make a typo? Oh no, there it goes. Did I make a typo? I don't see anything in the console. Let's see, scoped registries. Yeah, it's all good. It's just taking its time. This is while I let it decide whether or not it wants to find the repositories I've just added, let's go and set this up so that the EDM for you and like the Firebase SDK will work with an Android build. This is not necessary for iOS. And if you use Unity 2019, you don't have to do any of this. Just like I said, it's a game jam. This is I am going to use Unity 2020.1 if I'm in a game jam, right? So yeah. I promised this was easy. I didn't want to put it into a slideshow though. So the best thing to do is just go to this blog post I wrote, because even I don't have time to debug stuff one by one and remember Gradle syntax. So right. This is the code I need. Very first thing you do, open up your build settings, player settings, and minimize this. Publishing settings. You're going to want your, let's see, custom, no, not the Android manifest. Sorry. I'm clicking a bunch. This is a great time to ask questions while I'm like fighting with the Unity UI, right? You're going to want a launcher, not launcher manifest, Gradle template. Sorry, a lot of this stuff is new, right? And I'm live. And I'm still technically drinking my first cup of coffee. So you're going to add a main template.gradle. This is basically, if you're used to Android, this will be a library module that has your entire Unity game in it. You're going to want your launcher template if you use Crashlytics. This is your actual application module. Again, if you're an Android developer, if you're not, don't worry about this. I just like technical details because I'm a weird nerd. Now this is your base Gradle template is what you'd call your project level Gradle file. It kind of glues everything together. And Gradle properties is how we're going to enable Android X and Jetafire. These are, if you're not an Android developer, just know that these are normal and necessary. And when we're not on a new Unity release, we have all of this happening automatically, right? Yeah, that's all we need. You would need ProGuard if you use the Firestore Alpha, but it's alpha, so I would recommend not using it. Again, it's a game jam. It could be a fun time to play with it, but yeah, that should be good. Now, that should have created a bunch of stuff under plugins Android. And, you know, I'm just curious about what's going on in the package manager. Has it found my new stuff yet? The longer it takes, the more I think I made a typo, but it looked like I did. Sometimes I also have to restart the package manager. So, right. Let me look in this for the actual order of good things to do. So I generated my template. So now, so one of the things that changed is when I kind of wish the package manager was cooperating right now, right? Yeah, it's in the right one. Because what it does is what EDM4U will do is just in case this helps, I'll keep going. What EDM4U will do is under plugins Android, it'll create a folder called Firebase. And in the past, everything under the Android directory used to get copied over to your final Android project. Now, so like it would normally create a folder like this, like Firebase. Now what will happen is it'll ignore that unless you rename this to Firebase Android lib. So I could just tell you to rename this and most of everything will work. But if you re-download this Google services.json, the plugin will just go and create a new Firebase folder for you, and you'll have to rename it to Android lib and do this dance. That's going to be easy to forget if you're sleep deprived to making a game in 48 hours, right? So rather than doing all of that nonsense with renaming, I have generated this main template.gradle. And if I just copy this out, and remember, main template.gradle is your actual Android game. What editor am I using? Let me do this real fast because it'll make everything much easier. And I have Finder open here. I'm going to CD into my game. Let me just open this in VS Code. So here, assets, plugins, Android. So here's main template.gradle, right? And all you have to do is copy this, paste that in here, and I think at the end, yeah, at the very bottom of my main template Gradle. And what this will do is it'll say, hey, look at my Unity project path. Here's that folder that I told you EDM for you, or the Firebase SDK will generate. Just know that this file exists. This way you don't have to keep renaming Firebase to firebase.androidlib. It's a quick fix that it's gonna get fixed in the near future. It just didn't make it for this. Next thing to do, towards the top of the main template file are like those. So let me copy these, and I'm going to be putting this in Gradle template. So this is there it is, Gradle template.properties. This is that thing I was saying about Firebase uses Android X and Jetafire. This is a really good thing to do. Android X makes it so that you can use newer Android features in older versions of Android. And Jetafire makes it so that if you have a library that used to do this the old way, using what we used to call the Android support libraries, this will automatically convert them to Android X libraries. So we want to do that. And again, all this is doing is in old versions of the Firebase SDK, we used to, it's not in here because the EDM for you isn't running. We used to automatically put some code in the top that would do this for you. Can't do that anymore. And then because I will want to use Crashlytics, like I said, it's just like really, really, really awesome. You're going to want to find your base project template.gradle. So let me do that right now. Close this. And you're going to look here for your dependencies, right? What you want to do is add a dependency on the Gradle plugin. In a bit, new line. And then we're actually going to go into our launcher and apply the Crashlytics plugin. And this on Android will just make sure that we actually do capture crash reports. Again, this is it. Firebase is fixed to work with Unity 2020.1 in Android. It's just very unfortunate timing. And you can do that all in that article there. So this is where I curse the demo gods because this totally worked last night. So what I'm doing is I'm relaunching Unity because this will be a really short integrating Unity with Firebase tutorial. If if this just doesn't happen to work on my machine for some reason. But there is a backup. Actually, this might be good because I can show you what I would do if this doesn't work for some reason. Not the asset store. I want the package manager. Fetching packages. This looks promising. There we go. My registries. I just had to restart Unity. So like I said, this is my favorite way to integrate Firebase. So since I did enable analytics, I can just install it here. Although analytics happens just happens by default. And then I want to show, I will show auth because like I said, that is an important thing to just do, right? So I'll set up, I have 20 minutes. Auth shouldn't take 20 minutes, but loading screens might make that happen. And yeah, once you have Firebase initialized, or once you have auth integrated, you've really just like unlocked all of the Firebase build tools. My computer's going really slow, running like streaming, and I have this video open twice. And see, this is that window I told you will appear. Do you want to enable auto resolution? Just click yes. And this will go through and actually add a bunch of stuff to our Gradle file. In fact, you know, while I'm here, let me just show you what it did. So yeah, I wanted to make sure my crazy hack's still there. This is the old way of doing everything we did. It obviously doesn't work anymore, but this is why it still works with like Unity 2019. And this is EDM4U running. These are just the native dependencies that Firebase is pulling in for you automatically and configuring, so you don't have to write Java. That's just for analytics. So let me open up the package manager and pull in authentication as well. Again, this is going to take some time. So I don't have any questions. There's only 4 of you now. I really should have been shaming people as they left. So setting up analytics is super easy, or sorry, setting up authentication is super easy, and is something you should just do. So if you're using Firebase build tools, right? So add a sign-in method. Like I said, the easy ones to add are email and password and anonymous. I'll do anonymous for now. Just have to say enable and save. On iOS, you're all set up. On Android, you just have to go over here to project settings. And what you need to do is add a signing certificate. So I just will copy, paste this into a terminal. I forgot whether or not there was any private key stuff in there, but no, it's public key. So just go here, copy your SHA-1. Did I get the whole thing? Yeah. Go back here. Click add fingerprint. Just paste it in. This little button will light up if you got it right. And now you should be able to authenticate in your game. So yeah, let's initialize Firebase and authenticate it, since in the time I was away, I'd already installed Firebase authentication. Now we're really going. So I'm going to say this sample scene, I'm going to rename this to main menu. Yeah. Add it, make it the first scene. I'm going to create a script. Call Firebase init. I like putting scripts under a script folder, so Unity's compiling. There we go. This will not be the first time we wait for Unity to compile. Drag Firebase init into there. It's all happy. See, did it open on the wrong window? I appreciate the 3 of you who are still here. There we go. So this is where I just say you should initialize Firebase, right? Let's make that async. And we'll say why do all of my updates come in the morning of a live stream? It's thinking. So let's see how well I know Firebase, right? Check and fix dependencies async. There we go. It's back. Never let a non-responsive code editor stop you from typing. I really just want it to give me the namespace for Firebase app, and it's not doing it for me. Yeah, there we go. Import missing references. So if my dependencies are available, init Firebase, else I'll say I failed to initialize Firebase with whatever my dependency status is. Now to initialize Firebase, I'll do that thing I recommended in the video before, where I'll say var auth equals Firebase auth, that default instance. Because I'm using auth, this is implicitly doing that code I showed you before of Firebase app.default instance. So it is creating everything, initializing it all, doing all that cool stuff. I want to make sure that I'm not already logged in. So I'm going to say our user equals auth.current user. If user is null, so if we're not logged in yet, I'll do that thing I just did where I say user equals auth sign in anonymously async, which is, remember what I set up. I'll have to await that, delete those extra doodads, and then finally I have a valid user here. So I just want to message that out just in case I want to use it, right? So I'm going to say public class user event is a Unity event that has a Firebase user in it. If you haven't used Unity events, this is going to be a really, really quick, really quick crash course. I recommend them. They're great for prototyping. It'll save you so much time, and you'll see why in a second. So the one last thing I need to do is make sure this is serializable, and that's because I want to use this. There we go. I will work even if my syntax correction won't this morning. So I'll say public user event. This has to be public for reasons. On Firebase initialized. Close new user event. This just make sure I don't have to worry about null reference exceptions. Right? And down here where I have my valid user, I'll just say on Firebase initialized, that invoke with the user that signed in, and maybe debug.log it just in case. User.user ID for now. And with that, I have integrated Firebase. And I'm going to say that confidently while I wait for Unity to compile. And this is going to bring me right to the end of my time slot. Hopefully, even though there's only 2 of you left, the replay will be really useful if you choose to integrate Firebase. And if not, I'm still going to save and share this. Add Firebase in it here. And I can hit play. If everything has gone right and the demo hasn't cursed me more than it already has. Yep, logged in as a user. And if I go over to my Firebase console, authentication, I see that same user. So looking at my time, looks like I'm right at the end. So I don't have any questions outside of someone's really excited about Stealth of Victors that nobody expected. So yeah, that's it.
We play games to escape zombies, cast magic spells in Middle-earth, or just to pass the time on a commute. But what if we created games to change the way we view the world? Games that help us all create a vision for the future cities of Africa. Well, that would be a level up in anyone's game. It's why the Goethe Institute created Enter Africa, a gaming challenge that engages and encourages people to examine the social, cultural, and infrastructural needs confronting Africa's megacities by asking one simple question. What does the future of your city look like? With 15 teams from cities across the African continent, young talented game developers, architects, city planners, designers, creatives, and engineers were united together to think outside the box and creatively explore, question, and envision the past, present, and future of their cities. Their quest is to power up the way they are viewing their cities, the strengths, the challenges, the mojo that makes them unique. To create digital and analog gaming that's not only fun to play, but brings players together on a mission to seek out solutions, solve the puzzles, explore ideas, and adventure forward to collectively uncover the opportunities that exist within these African cities of the future. Enter Africa was launched at the beginning of 2018. Through a series of workshops, participants have got to plan, design, and develop their games to explore the past, present, and future of their cities, while breaking down barriers and borders and building bonds through the exchange of knowledge and ideas with other teams. The result? The launch in March 2019 of 15 action-packed, location-based games that will challenge the skills of local gamers, bring people together as they seek solutions or simply explore their cities and the obstacles that confront them, taking them on a journey to strategically tackle the themes of creativity and innovation, while discovering unknown and forgotten places as well as the need for infrastructure. Enter Africa then takes it to the max, combining the visions of the 15 city games into one mega African game, which promotes African cultures and the creation of a borderless continent, to be launched at Gamescom and different African cities in 2019 for the whole world to play. You can get involved by following us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or go to our website to find out what's happening. You'll also get to play the games. Get your game on. Be part of the Enter Africa movement.
The meat, it has tomatoes in it. This tastes so good. The hot cup of melon. This is so delicious.
This burger just melts in my mouth.
It's really nice, you know. This would be so good. I could have it as my main meal like forever.
I love this whole look it has.
It has tomatoes in it and chicken.
And I love chicken.
It tastes like December.
And
it's one of the best burgers I've had for some time now.
It's just calling me to just eat some more.
Congratulations! With just 7 MB, you have joined the best mobile gaming community in Africa. Experience our amazing game categories and a wide range of offline games. Enjoy H5 games and instant tournaments, as well as filtered hot, top, and new game selections just for you. To get more, log in to Facebook or Google Plus accounts and explore more.
Hey there, everybody. My name is Zachary Zed. Thank you so much for having me today. Yes, so today we are going to be taking a look at Buildbox. Specifically, we're going to be looking at Buildbox 3. Really excited to be showing off the software. For those of you who have ever wanted to make a game without having to do any coding whatsoever, or to make a game and have all of your coding options be, really easy, Buildbox is definitely for you. And yeah, I feel like it's kind of everybody's dream to make a game without having to go through the some of the tough parts about coding. So let me go ahead and I'll show off the software today. If you have any questions, I do have the Discord channel pulled up over here on my right. So if you have any questions, you can send them over to the Discord. And we also have Gemma, my coworker and my manager here today, who's going to be helping out and answering some questions as well on the Discord if you have any questions. And also feel free to reach out to me through email if you have any questions afterwards as well. My email is just Zach, Z-A-C-K @buildbox.com. And that will all be shared with you later as well. So, okay, let's go ahead and let's take a look at the software. So I'll go ahead and I'll share my screen. Okay, let me select which screen to share. Awesome. Okay, great. So this right here, this is the Buildbox welcome window. So when you first open up the software, this is what you're going to see. The tab is broken up into 3 sections. One is templates, the second one is tutorials, and the third one is updates. Updates is really only important when an update is coming through. Tutorials are really, really helpful and useful. I recommend checking these out and going through these when you're getting started, especially this getting started section right here. These first 4 are really, really useful for somebody who's just getting started off. Excuse me. So let me go ahead and let's start off with just a standard template here. You can take your mouse and hover over each one of the templates to get a quick view of what the template looks like and the type of gameplay style. So if you're wanting to kind of experiment and say, okay, I kind of want this like brick breaker type of, game here, you can go ahead and select that one and go with that, and just take your mouse and hover over and it'll play a little GIF for you. Let's take a look at the last template that we just released. This one's really cool. It's called Martian Marathon. This one is one of our more advanced templates. It does have a little bit of custom code. So there is some stuff here that our developers worked on that are not, you can't just pull them like stock default nodes. So there was a little bit of coding that happened here, but I'll show you some templates and things that you can do without coding as well. So let me go ahead and I'll play this for you right now. And I'll play the game. Let me make sure that everybody can see that. Okay, it looks like you can all see my preview. Okay, great. Awesome. Okay, so first you have controls. Swipe left or swipe right to dodge obstacles. And then there's also going to be swiping up and down for this game as well. So it's swipe for controls, up, down, left, and right. And then it's just got this really, really cool 3D environment. What's really awesome about this is it uses FBX files. So that's a certain type of file type that allows you to store 3D animations and 3D models together. So let's check out this template. Okay, so it's really fast, so it's hard to keep. It's hard to keep up with it, and I'm not very good. Also, it's a little loud on my end, but I don't think you'll be probably. I don't think you'll have it blasting in your ears, thankfully. But okay, so that is that's a good example of the marathon, or a good example of one of our advanced templates. It really does look fantastic. It's a complete game for sure. You've got this whole extra layer where you can run on top of the buildings. You have the lanes, or you can move side to side. It's somewhat reminiscent of Subway Surfers. And that's kind of what we were going for when we made this template. Okay, so that's kind of an example of what you can do at like a high level once you're an advanced Buildbox user. Let's take a look at something just really, really basic, okay? And I'm gonna walk you through kind of like the whole process here with something a little bit easier. So I'm gonna go back over here to my welcome, or my home tab here, my welcome screen. I'm gonna go back and choose another template. Let's start off with an isometric platformer template. This one's a real easy one for beginners. Okay, I'm gonna choose to not save my project. Okay, so I'm gonna do a quick overview of just like some of the general features, just to kind of get a lay of the land on the software. So first, I'm gonna back out. There's kind of 3 different layers of I guess you would say, not complication, but 3 layers of control. Okay, so this is the mind map layer. Okay, and what this is just, this is the outermost layer. This is like the bird's eye view of your game. And so logically, your game right now, your game loads up. right? And that happens here in the little loading screen, in the start screen. And I'll double click on this so you can see this. Okay, so you can see this is your logo. Then you can have like a little loading bar if you want, so that your players can see like, okay, the game is loading up. And then you've got a little built-on Buildbox logo there. And then once your game loads up, it's going to go to a start user interface or start UI, or sometimes it's like a main menu. Sometimes it's called that. So you will go ahead and here and you'll see, okay, I've got a title, a game title, and I got a play button. It's pretty basic. It's pretty simple. And then I'm going to go back to my mind map here. So then once I press the play button, then I'm going to go into my actual gameplay world. And so then I'm going to go into this purple gameplay world. And then this is where the action happens. Okay. So I'm going to zoom out here. Now this is the first scene. And then we've got multiple scenes here. Kind of zoom out so you can see it a little bit better. See, we have multiple scenes. And these are kind of like different, you can think of them as different levels, or you can think of them as different sections of a level, possibly is probably a better way to think about it. Because if you think of them as levels, those are pretty short levels. So this is where like the action and the gameplay happens, and you can kind of design how your gameplay works and how it looks and how your, the scenes and how your levels look. And then once you're defeated, right? Once you run into an enemy and that happens, and in each world, you hook up a UI to it, a 3D world user interface. So that's what this game UI is. And what it has is it's got a little label up here to show the score. And that'll tell you how many points you have. Then there's this shader that I've got here at the top that just is kind of to make it look nice. It's really just to make it look cool. And then we've also got this little eyeball here. And what that is that is a game over event observer. It's an event observer that is checking for, okay, when the game over happens, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do next? And so, we say, okay, well, once the game over happens, I want you to go here next. And then we go to your game over UI, and that would be a game over UI. And this is just, a title here. You might show the score if you want. I'm going to go ahead and delete it for right now. I don't need it. But you'll show like, game over, best score, your score, buy a character here or whatever. This is like your game over user interface. And then here's your restart button, and you can play the game over again. So let's just take a look at that real fast. Okay. So we loaded up our game. We went to the main menu UI. We're now in our gameplay and we're playing, and it looks good. And then it goes, once you're defeated and it hits the character, or I'm sorry, it hits the enemy, and the character's defeated. We have this green layer, this green filter here that has an opacity of 0.8, which is a little bit lighter. So you see how you can kind of see the gameplay in the background, right? You can still kind of see like the enemy and the platform and the character and all that. That's because the opacity on the game over UI is slightly low, so that you can kind of see that. And then there's the play button. So we play it, restart, and then you can play your game again. And it's that core game loop. Okay, so now that is the first layer of control, right? It's just like, okay, my game goes here, it does this, it does that. And that's kind of just like a top-down view of your game. So completely, most like bird's eye view of your game. Now the next layer would be double clicking, going into the UIs and going into the 3D worlds, like double clicking on that and making edits, right? So I'll make changes to my UI. I'll make changes to my 3D world and my gameplay. And that's the second layer of control, okay, with Buildbox is you double click on and you change things. Now there's a third layer, and this is, there's a third layer. And we kind of joke around and we kind of talk about it like it's Inception, almost like you're going into dream layers, and it gets a little bit more, maybe a little more intricate, a little bit more advanced as you get further and further in. And so the next one that is we're going to check out is node maps. So we went from mind map to 3D worlds and UIs. And then now what I'm going to do is I have this character over here, this character object, and I'm going to double click on it. And then this is going to be, this is my character's node map. So this tells my character a little bit more about what to do. Okay. So, so we know that my character, once it's created, once it starts up, it has a 3D model, right? It's got this yellow sphere so that you can see it, right? If I disconnect this 3D model, the character becomes invisible, okay? And I can show you that real fast, right? So here's my character. Then if I disconnect the model and I try to play the game, where'd my character go? It's invisible. Hey, but I'm still able to collect the coins and I'm still able to be defeated and play the game, but I can't see my character anymore. So 3D models are very important. Next is move, right? So I want the character moving forward, and that's the first thing. So we have a move node, and all of these nodes over here that you're seeing, they can all be found in a menu over here on the left, and we've got lots of nodes. I want to say we have over 100 nodes now, at least. I'm pretty sure. I haven't counted them up in a while, yeah. So let me show you, for instance. So for a 3D model, right? That's a content. So over here under the content menu, we have 3D models, and we could add more 3D models if we wanted to. So let's check this out. Let's say I want to add a little hat for the character. Okay. So I'll hook up another 3D model. I'll go over here into my mesh manager, and I'll grab the kind of like the OBJ file, or the shape of my object. So I'm going to do a little cone here. So I've got a little cone. Okay, it's too big. So let's go ahead and let's make it a little bit smaller. Let's try 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Okay, and then let's also raise it up a little bit. Okay, so we've got this character's got like a little hat now, this little ball character. And then I'll also make it so that the character doesn't rotate at all, so that the character is not just like spinning and hitting his hat over and over again. And then the other cool part is I can change the color of the hat to any color that I like. So let's just go with like kind of this greenish color. So I'll play my game now. And then you've got this little hat on the character now. It might be a little bit tough to see because if you're on a live stream, because my screen's kind of big, but you should hopefully be able to see this little tiny green cone that is over here. That is that's the character now. So that's how you would add like a 3D model or a hat or something like that. And then you could add more, like you could add an animation, 8-sided animation, sound effects. So we have lots of different content nodes that you can choose from. Move is more of a movement type node. So I would just take a move node, bring it out here, and then hook it up and say, I want to move this direction and I want to move this fast. So I would say something like, I want to move with a linear velocity, a speed of 15 in the Z direction. I want to go down the Z axis that way. And so you would do that with a move node. I didn't mean to skip over this as well, but also super important is controls. So we have some controls over here. Now the touch node is what we're using for this game. And so what this means is I can touch anywhere on the screen. I can touch anywhere on the screen, and I want it to do something no matter where I touch on the screen. So for that single like tapping game where my character is jumping over objects, I want to be able to press my thumb anywhere on the screen. But you can also make it so that like, oh, I want to press this button, you know, too. Specifically, I just want to press this one area. So that's possible as well. So you have different options here. You've got touch move. So if you want to touch and then drag your character left or right or up or down, you could do that. Touch rotate, where you touch the character, you drag your finger and the character like rotates, right? Almost like you have like maybe a turret or like a water gun or something, and you're putting out fires or something and you're rotating. Okay, so there's lots of controls there. I won't go over each one of them in super detail because you've got lots of options, and I just want to briefly show you what's going on here. So what I've got set up here so that I say, okay, as soon as the object's created, I want to be able to touch the screen. I want the character to look like this with my 3D models. I want the character to start moving, right? I want the character to start moving down in the direction. And then when I touch the screen, I want the character to do a little jump. Okay. And so then I say, okay, once I touch the screen and it's pressed, I want to do a little jump each time. So then I play the game and I just tap anywhere on the screen and it performs a little jump each time I touch the screen. Okay. So that's really nice. Now, then there are some conditional statements that we want to check for. For instance, if I collide with an enemy, if I hit into an enemy, or if an enemy hits me or the character, I need the character to be defeated. And I need the enemy to defeat my character. So I'm going to say, okay, this is where the actions come in. All right. These are a little bit more, this is a longer list because these, they have a little bit more going on and a little bit more variability, as you can imagine. So we have an if collide node. That's what this one is. It's right here at the top of the list. And I say, okay, if I collide with an obstacle, okay, and those are obstacles, I can also choose to say, well, if I collide with all characters or all enemies or all platforms or if I collide with any coin, then do something else. Or if I collide, if I collide with specifically this point or this platform or specifically this obstacle, you can also select, okay, I want something to happen after I just hit this one thing. And then I say, okay, so when I hit obstacles, I want the character to be defeated. So that's the next thing. I say, okay, once it collides with the character, that's going to defeat me. And then I have a little tiny like debris explosion play so that you can see the character kind of like burst apart. And then there's a slight delay. That little kind of blank section there, that's just a delay. And you can see up here in the top right corner, it's 1 second delay. So I wait 1 second to have the explosion play. And then, then I perform the event observer that little eyeball was checking for before, right? So when we go into our game UI and we've got that game over eyeball, it's checking, it's waiting for the signal, the game over, the signal, which is, hey, game over just happened. I was just defeated. The character was just defeated. We need to move to the next place. We need to go to the next user interface now. Game's over. So that's this. That's saying, okay, game's finally over. Let's do the next thing. Let's go to a game over UI or a character shop, or maybe I play an advertisement. Maybe you're trying to make money. Maybe you've got your own game studio and you're trying to make money with your games, and you have a little advertisement play after your player gets defeated every few times. So that is the third layer. Okay, that's the third layer of control. So we did mind maps, right? Just like out like the most like bird's eye view, right? My game goes here, then my game does this, then my game does that. Then we've got the next layer, which is, and then when my player goes here, it looks like that. And then when my player goes here, it looks like that, right? And then the third layer is, okay, when my player is here, here's how everything behaves. Here's how everything works when they're there. So that's this layer. All right, this is where you control how everything works behind the scenes, kind of. And then finally, this is the last layer that you can control, and this is the coding. So I'm going to select my jump node, for example, here. Okay, and I'm going to zoom in so it's a little easier to see. So on these jump nodes, you can either double click or you can hit this little edit button, this little marker button that you've got here. Okay, and what that does is that allows you to take a look at the code, and that allows you to change the code as well. So I'm going to give you an example here of how to add code quickly and how easy it is to add code and change things. So first off, I'm going to start off with, so this is actually an older jump node. So I'm going to start off with a newer jump node. So I'm going to hook up a new jump node right now. Super easy. I just search jump up here in the search bar, or I could have just gone to movement and it's the first one at the top, and I could just grab the jump there too. Just drag it out and drop it in. And then I'll just hook this up, and that's it, actually. Yeah. So if I want to go ahead and now I can jump again, I've got a new jump node. The only difference really between this jump node and the old jump node was a little bit of difference in the code, but also that allows for like randomization. So if I want to change how high I jump every once in a while, I can with this node. So let's take a look at the code. As you can see, it's a little bit longer here. Now I'm going to show you how to add something like angular velocity to your jump. So I'll change the shape of my character into a cube so that you can see my character spin. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and keep the force and the jump limit the way it is. I'm going to add an extra attribute. I want to add angular velocity to my character. So I'm going to go to add attribute, and then I've got some different options for what types of attributes I can add. I can add like a single number, and I can say, I want my speed to be this number. Or I can choose a vector 3D, which is what I'm about to choose right now. And that will give me options to say, okay, do this for X, do this for Y, do this for Z. Vector 2D would be for X and Y. A Boolean is a true or false. So is this true or is this not true? And then we've got some other options as well. I'm gonna go ahead and keep moving here. And I'm going to name this attribute angular velocity. Okay. Now, so this is going to hold my angular velocity numbers. And I want what the code to perform using those numbers I'm putting in those boxes. Okay. So let's create a little variable. Okay, I'm going to say let angvel. All right, and that's going to be my angular velocity. And then I'm going to create another. I'm going to hook up that new variable to my attribute name. So I'll make a little copy here, and I'll say instead of jump limit, I'll say angvel. I'll just use the variable I just created, angvel. And then I'll make sure to use the name of the attribute here. Instead of jump limit, I want to use the numbers from angular velocity. So basically what I just did right there is, okay, everything that's over here in angular velocity, all the numbers, I want angvel to equal those numbers. Yeah, I want angvel to be equal to those numbers. And then now I can work with that angvel and I can do something with it. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add an extra line. All right, down here where I'm setting the set the linear velocity, I'm going to add angular velocity. Now you might be asking yourself, okay, well, where do you even find these functions? Like, how do you know about set angular velocity or set linear velocity? Okay, and that you can find those that information up here in two really great places. Okay, one is the Buildbox user manual. So you go into Buildbox over here, you go up to the help tab, and there's two areas that you want to know about for sure. And that's Buildbox documentation and the JavaScript API reference. Now, the JavaScript API reference is for the coders. Okay, but here's the manual. It's a super, super great manual. You can go through all these different pages. You can search and say, okay, well, I want to know about the float node, and I'll just search float. And then here it is, Buildbox 3 manual, the float node. Okay, it's super, super useful. So if you have questions, check that. All right, now the other one I was going to show you is the JavaScript API, because I want to show you the angular velocity formula. So if I want, angular velocity, I'll just say, okay, angular velocity, right? I'll search angular velocity, and then I've got, okay, let's take a look here. I'll look at all my physics components. I'll hit Command F, and I'll look for, okay, where's angular velocity? Okay, there it is. So I've got angular velocity damping, angular velocity. This returns it. Okay, cool, looking good. Now, there's also set angular velocity. Now that is the one that I actually need to use. So this, and it tells me, okay, this is going to set the angular velocity value of the object. It's got 3 inputs, and I just put in numbers. So that's really useful. So that's the JavaScript API, and that's where you can find that information. So I'll go ahead and exit out of there. So let's change this to set angular velocity. Okay, and then here we're going to set it to angvel X, angvel Y, and angvel Z. And what that means is I'm going to use the X value here, the Y value, and the Z value. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's make it so the character, you can actually see the rotation. So instead of this, I'm going to get rid of the hat, and I'm going to change the sphere from a sphere into a cube. And then I will also change the collision shape to be a cube as well. Okay. And there we go. Make them all cubes. Okay. So now what's going to happen is I'm going to give this jump some angular velocity now as well. So let's go ahead and press play. Okay, and now you can see when I jump, it does a flip. So each time I keep pressing it, it just keeps flipping and flipping and flipping. Okay, but you see how it's flipping backwards? Let's make it flip, like spin it to the side. Okay, so instead of X, let's do 20 in the Y. And so it's just going to spin, spin, spin on its side. Okay, so let's press play. All right, and you see how it's hard to see. It might be harder for you to see because it's like tiny characters, but the character is now like spinning, like you're almost like spinning a disc or something like that, or a record. Okay, so that is the last layer, okay, of control. All right. So, and what's so cool about that is I just made a brand new node. Okay. And I just created a brand new node called, jump with angular velocity, angular velocity. And then, yeah, angular velocity. Okay. So this is my special jump node. And now I can actually share this with my fellow developers, my friends, my family, the Buildbox community. We can all share with each other. And it's just really, really awesome because now we don't have to change the code. Somebody can use my code and use angular velocity for their game now. And the way I would share that is I would say, okay, I'll go to my character and I'll export my asset. and I'll say, okay, I want to save my character asset as like my main character. Okay. I'll save that. And then what I'll do is I've got this little BB asset here, my main character BB asset that I just saved, and I'll hand it to a friend or a family member or something, and I'll just drop this in here to into the world, and then look, you got a second character, and it's right there in your asset library, and it has the special angular velocity node with it. So that's the last part. Okay, that's how you can change the coding, but you don't really need to change the coding too often unless you're doing something really advanced. So the nice part is that you can do a lot without coding. Now, the other thing I want to go ahead and just show you a couple more things here. So there's a font editor, so you can add different fonts to your game and make your own font types, and you can like add like certain variabilities. Like if I want to make the font size bigger, I can increase the font size, or I can increase the padding so that they're more spread out. Let's do something like 10, and then there's a little bit more wiggle room between the letters. So you can do these type of things. You can and add more and more fonts. Have as many fonts for your game as you want. So that's the font editor. Then we've got settings, which is really important. So this is your game, like your app icon. This is what it will look like on your phone. So it'll look like that's what the game will look like on your phone. That'll be the little icon on your device. Then you've got your game name on your device. You can set things up for the App Store, the Play Store, for Steam. You can also hook up advertisements. So if you want to hook up AdMob or Iron Source or custom ads or analytics, you can do that here. And and you could start making games or start making money with your games. And it's very, very, very simple. It's very simple to hook up. We do have tutorials here. I'm going to go back here to the tutorials tab. And so if you want to add some monetization to your game, just go to here to features and tools and check out the AdMob and Iron Source tutorials, and that will show you how to add monetization capabilities to your game, so you can start making some money and working from home and start like a little a little small business or a game studio on the side, and eventually, hopefully, make a whole living and be able to support yourself and your family just making games. That's the dream, right? Is to just like have fun making games. It's still hard work, but it's fun hard work. And so, all right, now let me show you a couple more things. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this extra character because I don't really need him. It was just an example of dropping it in. I'm also going to change the character back to a ball because that made more sense to me. I only wanted to show you the cube because I wanted to show you the spinning, right? The angular velocity. Like now the character also rotates on while he jumps. Right. So I'm going to change the collision shape back to sphere and the model back to a sphere. Okay. Now here's something that's interesting, right? So I have a jump limit of 0 for this character. So there's which is fine, but the problem is you can just see like the character is really, really tiny. I need to increase the scale, but I can just keep jumping, and I can just keep flying above the rest of the game, which is like almost cheating, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a jump limit of 2 on. I'm also going to go to my 3D world, and I'm going to make sure that my character, okay, interesting. 3D model. Oh yeah, I did make the model a little smaller. There it is. Okay, cool. We're back in business now. Awesome. There it is. Big old character. So now here's the thing. So I set the jump limit to 2 now, right? So now I'm only going to be able to jump twice, but watch this. I'm only going to be able to jump twice, and then I'm not going to be able to jump anymore because I haven't reset the jump. So watch, I'll press play. I'll jump twice, and I'm touching the screen, and I can't jump anymore, and I just die. So we need to figure out a way to make it so that whenever I land on the ground, I reset the jump. So let's do that. So first off, I'm going to go over here to my 3D world, and I'm going to look at all the things that I'm jumping on. Okay, so I know I'm like, okay, I'm jumping on this ground here for sure. So there's the ground. And then as I'm going through my game, I'm jumping on these platforms, right? So I'm going to group these together, and I'm going to say that the ground and the platforms are all part of the platform group. Okay, I'm going to say that they're all grouped together, and I'm going to say whenever I jump on any of these things in the platforms group, I want my jump to be reset. I want to be able to jump again. Okay, so I'm going to select my ground here. I'm going to go to collision group in the upper right-hand corner, and I'm going to change it to platform. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing with platform. I'm going to go up to the top right and change the collision group to platform. So then they're now both inside of this group. Okay, now I'm going to go to my character, my character's node map, and then I'm going to get that if collide node again that I was showing you earlier, and that was the if collide was to check for enemies, right, or obstacles, and see if we collide with obstacles. Now I'm going to hook this one up. So when I start, I'm going to start checking. I'm going to say, okay, if I collide with platforms, anything in the platform group, let's reset the jump. Okay, I want to be able to jump again. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to save my game real fast. Okay, I'll save it to my desktop here. I'll call this Flappy Ball. I don't know. Save it real fast. Give Buildbox a second here to create the game file. Okay, there is my BB doc right there, just so you can see it. Now I've got my little game file. And then let's press play. And then now you'll be able to see that I'm able to jump again and again and again each time that I collide with the ground or a platform or the platforms, the group platform, right? And you can see I can jump twice now, but I can't just keep spamming the jump button like over and over and over again and trying to fly above the enemies and cheat. So so there you go. So that's a quick one. That's a quick development example. Like, okay, I want my character to have a jump limit. Well, that's how you do that. And so you set that up. So let's also let's check out some other key developmental tools. Okay. There's two things I want to show you in particular that are really fun and easy. One is the asset library, and the other one is brain boxes. So first, let's start with the asset library, because this is arguably one of the coolest parts about Buildbox. So let's go to asset library. Okay. Now, first, what you do is you have all of these shapes that you are built into Buildbox that you can use and add to your game. So if I want to add a spinning, a spinning triangle as like a decoration, in the background, right? I could say, okay, I'm going to get a triangle here. I'll double click on the triangle and I'll add it to my library. You can also select the add to library button here as well, and that will add it to the library as well. So these are all your shapes. You can combine these shapes together too to make even more intricate models and 3D figures. And then we also have assets. These are some of them are considered smart assets. Which means that they have coding built into them, or if they've got nodes built into them. Some of them are just regular assets, right? They don't have anything special like that they do. They're just like a cool image, right? So let me give you an example, like the planets, right? This is just a planet. It might rotate. I'll double click real fast and I'll add the planet. Okay, so I added planet 5. Let's take a look. Yeah, see, the Planet 5 just comes with a 3D model, all right? And then you can make it rotate, you can make it move, you can do it, all that, but it's just a regular asset, okay? So down here at the bottom, these are regular assets, right, that you can use as decorations. You can use them as your main characters and stuff. I definitely recommend using these getting a lot of use out of the cars, the vehicles, the delivery trucks, all this stuff. All that you can make a really awesome card game right now, and we've got a bunch of buildings and things like that. So yeah, you can make a card game pretty quickly. Okay, now the next thing is we've got atom points, and we've got different points and enemies and platforms and different characters for you, like a key, rotation cube, scale cube. And the best part is you just go up here, you select your smart asset, and then you take a look in the upper right hand corner to see a preview of what that smart asset can do. So let me go ahead and let me show you a couple more. Let's see. Let's look at an example here. How about how about a roto cube, actually, or a swing cube? That would be kind of fun. Yeah. This will be fun. This will be cool. Let's do okay. So we'll do a swing cube. So I'll double click on that. Give that a second to add to the library, right? And then let's add a swing cube here. Okay. Yeah. All right. And then what I'm going to do, this will be fun. We'll make it kind of long, and we'll make it like thin, and it'll look like it's almost like opening up doors. We'll get a couple of them. Okay. So yeah, something like that. All right. Okay. Let's do the wake up distance to be, I think 50 is actually fine. And then let's double check here. Let's check the swing. Okay, so the swing is 90. I think that means that it's going to rotate on its side. So that should work. Okay. Now what's so cool about this is I'm going to show you something really nice. You'll notice that there's this little pin option here in the attributes here in the node map. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on that little pin. Okay, and what pinning does is it allows me to have in my 3D world now, I can select different numbers for my amplitude. So instead, if I had made a bunch of different copies of it, they would all have the same amplitude. But when I pin an attribute like that, I can go into my scene and I can make some copies. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take this. I'm going to make some copies using WASD. So I'll use W or S here, make a couple copies, okay? And I can say, okay, well, this one, I want the amplitude to be 90, but this one, I want it to be, 200, okay? And then this one's 90, and then this one's 200, and they can all be unique. Now that's because we pinned it, okay? That's because we pinned the attribute, and so that means they can have unique attributes. So now I want to test out the scene to just see if this is even spinning the right way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my scene down here at the bottom, and I'm going to hit S on my keyboard. And you'll notice that there's a blue line underneath, okay? Now the blue line underneath is, what that means is we're going to solo out a scene. And that means it's just going to play that scene over and over again, only that scene, because I want to test out that scene. All right. So that's why we do that. And then, hey, one second, everybody, I'm going to just make sure that, I'm not going over on time. And let's see here, take a look at my schedule here. Okay, cool. All right. I believe, if I'm correct, I have another 15 minutes, I think, of stuff to show you. So if you could message me in the private chat, make sure that I'm good with 15 minutes. If I need to end early, just let me know. Okay, please. So, excuse me. Let's go ahead. Now I'm soloing out the scene, right? I'm going to just test out this scene. Okay. And whoa, cool. I love it. The swing cube is really awesome. I love it. Yay. Okay, cool. I still have 15 minutes left to go, everybody. Okay, so I'm going to show you more cool stuff. Okay, so now one thing you'll notice that is the swing though happened in the center. Okay, so let's see if we can change the positioning of how it swings a little bit. So let's change the offset to be like 2. Okay, so let's test out this scene. And also I want the wake up distance to be a little earlier. I felt like it was a little late, right? 50, a distance of 50 is a little close to the wall, in my opinion. So let's play it again. Okay, well, I messed that up. Okay. All right. So the offset, you know what? Let's keep the offset how it was before. And also, let's do 60 because 100 ended up being too much. Now, I'm going to make this just a little bit bigger. I'm going to create a couple copies. Then I'm going to create, one more copy here. This, I'm going to slide it over. Okay. Slide it over like this. I'm going to change this one to -90, right? I can have unique attributes because of that. And then I'm going to make a couple copies using WASD on my keyboard. I just hit S a few times on my keyboard and it creates copies for me super fast. And so let's test out the scene again. So now we've got this cool swing effect. And you're going to want to, tweak that. It's not perfect, but it's a cool effect that you can kind of achieve really, really quickly. And that's just a smart asset that we pulled out, out of the asset library really fast. Now, there's other few key things I want to show you real fast in the 3D worlds. Since we're doing so much of our editing and our level design in our 3D worlds, it's important that I show you some of the tools that we have in here. So first off, we have the move tool, the rotate tool, the scale tool, and the multi-tool. Now, let me show you what that does. Okay, so let's take a look at this scene 1 here, okay? First off, I'm going to use the move tool. So up here in the top left, I have arrows. All right, this just allows me to move objects left, right, up and down all along the axis. I just select the little red arrow, the green arrow, the blue arrow, and I pull and I yank on it, okay? Another cool little thing, it's hard to see, but there's this little yellow square in the center. What that does is that allows you to pan around along a plane, right? So if I want to move things along the XY plane, I can. Or if I want to move things along the XZ plane, I can. So I can move things around side to side like this. So that's the move tool. Okay. Then we've got the rotate tool. As you can imagine, it's kind of self-explanatory. You can rotate objects. You can click the little center icon. And let's see here. The outer icon, and rotate objects completely like this as well. Okay, so that's rotate tool. I'm gonna hit just Command Z so we can go back to it being straight. And then there's scale tool. So scale, you've already probably seen me. I can scale objects equally on all sides. I can make it longer and wider if I want to, or bigger like that. I can do that. I'll hit Control Z and go back. And then the last thing is this really cool tool called the multi-tool, which is has like a bunch of stuff built into it. So for instance, this one rotates the object this way. This little icon here. This little icon rotates it that way. This one will shift it back and forth along a plane. This will rotate it this way. And then I can also scale it and yank on it this way. And then I can just click on it and just move it around. It's the multi-tool. It's awesome. It's got so many tools built into it. It's awesome. I'll be honest, I kind of favor that one. I use when I'm working, you will hop between the scale tool, rotate tool, and the move tool, but the multi-tool is kind of handy. Okay, so that's super important for like shaping and manipulating what your worlds look like. Now I'm gonna go. I'll delete that enemy for right now. The next thing I want to show you is your scenes, okay? Because the concept of scenes is very important. That is like what your world, that's what your game world is going to look like. That's what the type of things that your player is going to encounter as it moves through your game. Okay, so right here, I'll zoom in here. So this is the start of our scene. Okay, and that is signified by the start node there, this little start bracket. You can kind of see it, okay? So the little cube there, that means it's the start. You can also see it here in the outliner. You selected that is the start of your bracket, the start of your scene. So anything before that, it's not gonna, you know, it's going to be shown before the start of the scene, and then this is the end of your scene, and you can also think of it as like the direction that your scene is going, right? So this is the end, so it's starting and it's moving towards the end, and it's going to and then it's going to connect to the start node of another scene and go the direction towards the end of that scene. And it'll just keep going scene after scene after scene. And you can either randomize the scenes or you can put them in order, right? So you can say, okay, I want it to go scene 1, then scene 2, then scene 3. Or you can say, I want it to go scene 1, then 3, then 2, then 1 again, then 3, then 4, then 2, and you can randomize it. So the way you do that is you go up here in the top left corner and you can either say align scenes, so they'll go in order, or you can choose randomized scenes and then they'll be randomized. Okay, so each one of these scenes here has a little bracket with all the stuff in the scene inside of it. Okay, so that's really the bulk, the meat and potatoes of your world. And you can move your scenes, you know, out. If I want to make my scene bigger, I can. It's really, really cool. You can also change the direction of the scene. Like if you want to be like, you know, slowly shifting to the left, you can position the end of your scene slowly to the left if you want. Let me go ahead and I'll show you another quick example of where that kind of comes in handy. And actually, that'll probably be my last example because I have a feeling that's going to wrap up all my time. So before I show you that example, I'm going to show you just a few more buttons here in the 3D World Editor. And then I'm going to show you a last cool example, and we'll call it a day. So in the upper right-hand corner, there's a couple more buttons I wanted to show you before we move on to that last example. First is camera view mode. Camera view mode basically puts things into the view that your player is going to see. Okay, so if I move my camera around, if I zoom out like crazy right now and I play my game, my game's going to be super zoomed out. It's going to look a little weird for sure, but you might want to do that. You know, you might want to zoom out. Or if I want to play my game and have it super zoomed in, like to the point where I can't even see what's happening, I'm so zoomed in, you could do that as well. So that's camera view mode. Be careful with camera view mode though, because when you're in camera view mode, you're making changes to the camera view. And so you gotta, if you want to go back to editing, make sure you get out of camera view mode. Okay, now this one is axis alignment. This one's just a kind of a weird, funky one. So let me just show you this one. So I'll move this guy up here. I'll rotate this right a little bit, just like this. Okay. So, okay, let's say I want to scale this tool out, right? And right now, normally, the way the scale tool works is I pull on this and it yanks, you know, on the top and the bottom. But if I turn on the axis alignment, it will align the axis with the object. So that I know, okay, when I scale and I pull on this tool, it goes this direction. right? And so that makes more sense. It's especially tricky when you've got like objects that are flipped upside down and stuff, right? And you're like, okay, wait, which way is the axis pointing? So that's what that's for. Okay, next is collision shape mode. This is what's actually happening under the scenes with all your objects. Okay, this is what's actually colliding. Okay, so this right here, this little start collision shape, and I'll go ahead and I'll move it around so you can see it. See this guy? This is actually what the object, what your character is hitting and colliding with. That's what's just defeating the character. This right here, the red pyramid, that's just an image, right? That's just like a facade, just like a pretty picture. The collision shape is is the physics. That's what you're colliding with, okay? And so you just need to make sure, okay, if you want to get your collision shape, just right, you might want to move it and say, okay, I want it to be just perfect right there on the object. Nailed it. Okay, great. And then you get out of collision shape mode and you can start moving things around again. And then lastly, we've got 2D mode, which just simply puts it into a 2D perspective for you. Okay, last feature I wanted to show you real fast is a path game real fast. And I wanted to show you kind of why the moving around the end of the scene, why you might even do that. So for example, right, this is why, okay? So this game has paths, and you can like say, okay, at the end of my scene, right? I'll flip it around here so it goes left to right. At the end of my scene, I want to go like way over here, or I want to go up high and start moving up. And then actually I want to start rotating like this, and I want to make a curve like this. And then you know what? I want to test this out here. And then like just see what that looks like. And so I make that crazy turn, right there. And then the way you do this is we've got down here in the bottom left, you've got a scene path and level points. So if you want to add a scene path, okay, so I'll just add a quick new scene here. I'll go to my start and I'll add a scene path. Okay. I'll change it to the road right there. I'll use the road image and then I will stretch out my path and rotate it around and move it this way and that. And you can do all that. And then finally, you can add more points to your path and make it even more intricate. Okay. So that's pretty much it. And then I can test out, let's say I just want to test out just this scene. I'll just test out this new path. I just made this. It's just going to do that over and over again. Probably going to go in like a circle, but you can just see, okay, that looks good. Yeah. I like the way that it turns. I think that's a cool effect. And then you can get your paths looking just how you like. Okay. So that leaves me with 1 minute to spare. I'm probably going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen now. And I just want to say thank you so much for joining the session. If you would like to find out more, you can check out buildbox.com. And yeah, I wanted to say thank you to Africacomicade for putting this on today. This is amazing. It's a real privilege and an opportunity to share the software with you. If you have any questions, please reach out to me. I'm happy to help you make your game. And yeah, hopefully we get a few of you to join the Boxer community. Yeah, so feel free to ask me any questions at all on Discord and reach out to me. I'm happy to be available. So, okay, I think that brings us up to 6:35 a.m. my time in California right now. So I'll probably go ahead and just wrap it up now, and I stopped sharing my screen, so I'll stop sharing my cam and mute myself. So thank you so much, everybody. Again, if you'd like to find out more and download the software for free, you can do so at buildbox.com. All right. Thank you so much, everybody.
Stop right there. Do you have any illegal items to declare, sir? We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Fuck it. Let's do it my way.
Where are these cards coming from?
Seriously?
Is this a dream? I got it. I got the interview. Echo, can you imagine this is finally happening? This is a pretty cool gun. They trained well. Appreciate it. Even more?
Why don't you just die?
You killed them. What got into you? First, I will get to you.
By then, you will understand.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Sid. Nice to have you once more. And John, good morning, I believe, right? Oh, we can't hear you. We still can't hear you. Please, can you check if you're unmuted? Now you're muted. Now you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. No audio still. No audio still. Good afternoon, Sid. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but yeah, of course, we're going to wait for John to come back.
Yeah, sure.
How are you, Oscar?
Yeah, fine. Nice to have you back with us again. I'm very sorry about misspelling your name.
No problem. It's okay. It's okay.
It was a nice session yesterday. It was really, really insightful, and I believe people went to enjoy themselves.
Yeah, I actually wish it was longer. I mean, I had that was I don't know if you saw my tweet, but that was actually the first time I was on a panel with other African women in games, like with so many other African women in games. So I thought it was really cool. And we could have talked for an hour, honestly. They had so much stuff to say.
The time is not on our side. So yeah, while we wait for John, basically, it's actually interesting to have you on this session as well, because now I'm wondering, how is Proserium working with Humble Bundle?
It's not Proserium, it's me, Sita, as an individual. But yeah, you'll hear more about it in the presentation, but I'm really excited about this because since 2013, I've been actively in the community, in the game development communities, starting from Zambia, South Africa, all over Africa. And the thing which I've wanted the most is to see people get their games made, get paid to make games, have their ideas put out there. So yeah, you'll hear more about it in this talk, but I'm honestly really excited. Yeah.
Wow. That's really, really cool. Shelley's saying that you're kind of everywhere and you're really, really trying to bring up the industry and make it strong. That's really, really very cool, because from your works at Proserium to also your connections and works with Global Game Jam and now on Boom Bundle, I'm really, really, I must say, I'm a big fan of your works. I'm
I'm a fan of your work too. Since you announced Africacomicade, I was like, wow, this thing is such short notice. I was like, oh my gosh, what's gonna happen? And yeah, and then how the sessions have been great. The setup has been great. You're really taking advantage of people being online all the time and stuff like that, and that's really cool.
Yeah.
I hope people are applying. I hope people are applying for the game jam, because definitely you need people to apply.
We have 160 registrations.
Wow, that is great.
From all over Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, Botswana, Guinea. I'm really, really excited. And
that's so great.
Discord channel is already buzzing up.
Where's the Discord channel? I'm always on Discord.
Okay, I think you have a message in the chat section.
Oh, all right. John said he's gonna call in, and I will share my screen.
Okay.
All right.
Hey guys, mic check real quick. Can you hear me? Hello?
Awesome. We can hear you. Great. Awesome.
Sorry for the close up. I'm on my phone, but it works a lot better, I guess, than my laptop.
Yeah. Okay. That's awesome. So we'll give you the floor to present and speak about yourself and on it. So,
Sure.
over to you.
So sorry everyone for the technical difficulty this evening your time and morning my time. But thank you for joining our presentation this evening. We wanted to talk to you today briefly about our company and focus on our global fund for Black Game Devs, which can provide funding of various stages for your company or game. The presentation will be brief, so we'll leave a lot of time for you to ask questions after. Next slide, please. So I'll introduce myself real quick because I think Site already did, but you can definitely jump in after. I'm John Polson. I'm the portfolio director at Humble Bundle. And what this means is that I get the really cool job of going out around the world virtually now to meet developers like yourself and find really cool games to invest and fund in. Site?
Right, so I'm Sita. I did a brief introduction, I guess, as I was chatting with Oscar, but I'm a Zambian based in South Africa, and I've been a part of the game dev community for a while. And I'm currently running an initiative called Proserium.net to document 1,000 African women and their contributions to games. Before that, I've worked, or I'm still part of the Global Game Jam, and I have worked with Amaze before and founded a game dev community in Zambia. So I have a bit of history in the game dev space in Africa. And right now I am a fund advisor for the Black Game Developers Fund. Yeah, and I'll be helping John and the Humble team get connect with the community.
So thank you. We're really super excited to have you on board today. Next slide, please. So, you know, as you guys may or may not know, Humble is a gaming ecosystem that's also a force for good. So we're not just a publisher. We have an awesome e-commerce line that includes our Humble storefront that allows people to sell indie and AAA content to over 10 million customers. What started out the company over 10 years ago was our pay what you want limited time promotions called Humble Bundles. And more recently, we launched the Humble Choice, which is a subscription vehicle that delivers games every month to subscribers. Over 3 years ago, that's when Humble Games started our publishing division, which publishes the highest quality video games from devs around the world, including those 12 that you see down in the photo there, such as Forager, Slay the Spire for console and mobile, and Temtem. Thank you. Next slide. So, sorry, 1 second while I adjust my camera. So these different businesses have a common thread. Our mission is to be a force for good in the world through games. And as a force for good, we connect communities of players around the world. We donate proceeds from our sales to charities worldwide. Within our community, we've given almost $200 million to charity to date. And we do also help small developers reach big audiences, not just through the publishing program, but through every product that we have. And so we also strongly believe in empowering and uniting communities through gaming. And we've committed to leverage its platform to help achieve racial equity everywhere, which leads us to what we want to talk about today. Next slide, please. Which is the Black Game Developer Fund. This is a global $1 million fund, an annual program focused on supporting Black game developers. helping publish games with funding, production, and marketing support via Humble's publishing label, Humble Games. So we want to get money and support into the hands of individual Black game developers, Black-led studios, or majority Black development teams, where the majority is 50% or more of the total headcount. And the type of funding that we're offering can cover startup costs, can cover prototype funding, or even full development. And as we've stated elsewhere, we firmly believe that Black lives, including their creative viewpoints and their audiences, do matter. And we feel this is just the start of what we can do for those underrepresented in our industry. Next slide, please. And here, I'd like to take the time to allow Site to speak some to the kind of work that she'll be doing and give you some more context.
Right. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the call, I've been a part of the game development community since 2013, starting with building a community in Lusaka, Zambia. And from that time and even before that, I've been really curious about seeing more people make games in Africa, and even just the possibility, because at the time I didn't know people could make their own games. So since then, I've been really wanting to see see people's work come into fruition through the whole dev cycle, like from just creating games to publishing games. Would really love to see more African games being published. Because there's so many untold stories and unheard voices from the continent that can bring a fresh perspective in games, and that's what I really want to see. So that's why I'm really excited about this partnership with Humble. And within the Black Game Developers Fund, I will be serving as a voice for the African game development community while I'm an advisor for the Black Game Developers Fund. And I would really love to put our perspectives in every step of the way, from actually finding developers, shaping the review process so that people aren't left out, and getting people the resources they need to create games. I know that's like a big problem with game development in Africa. It's really tough to find resources. So I really hope a lot of people take advantage of this. And I would love to see success stories from this and highlight, what this actually means for African developers and Black game developers as well. And if you'd like to get started, you can go to humblegames.com, Black Game Dev Fund, and just fill in your application. The sooner you apply, the better. The sooner you get into the application process, the better. But just check and make sure you have everything you need. And don't wait too soon, because the resources you get from this can actually help you go further. That's all I would like to say for now. Oh, am I speaking on this part, John?
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Oh, I can hear you.
Am I audible? Oh. Sorry. I'll go ahead with this. But definitely thank you, Site, for elaborating there. And as she mentioned, submissions are open now, and I just wanted to provide a few tips for you guys to succeed in your submission. And that is, when you reach out to us, definitely let us know that you understand the market gap that your game's filling. What is it about your game that's wholly unique? What are future competitors you've identified? And by competitors, I mean other games, not game developers themselves, but potentially other games that have the ability that might overshadow yours, and how you'll position your game different from those. And then let us know how unique your game will look compared to other games out there in the market. And you can do that a variety of ways depending on how far along you are in development. So anything from polished gameplay footage, in-game art, concept art, even down to prototype footage to show us, depending on your skill level, maybe you're more of a programmer, and you can show us the mechanics of the game, along with some reference material to show, the vision you have for the final project. And the other bullet point, showcase your talent. Let us know what you yourself or your entire team have released, whether it be game or other digital media, and to definitely include any kind of award sales or download numbers, so that we have some reference to the success that those things have met. And definitely show us the free games, the freeware that you might make from this game jam this weekend. It doesn't have to be a paid game. It's just awesome to see that you have the skills that you're saying you do to make something fun and playable. The other tip, definitely acknowledge your weaknesses in the development, and then use that time to explain how you'll overcome them. And weaknesses can be just like skill sets. We don't expect one person to be able to do everything. So if you have on your team programmer but need an artist, or vice versa, definitely let us know the types of roles that you want to hire for, and even if you have people in mind, that helps too. And to reiterate what CK said, definitely reach out sooner than later. Not so much because there's an expiration date on the fund, but by sooner I mean sooner in your development cycle. Sometimes I'll get submissions that are a few months from launch, and that's actually a really hard time to jump in and be able to do all the things that we can do as a publisher very effectively. And that is to help with production, to help with business and marketing. And a lot of those things you need to reach out to partner platforms like Nintendo and whatnot well in advance, many months in advance, to put your game on their radar, and that's what we want to do in part as a publisher. So hopefully some of those tips do help. I'll probably work with the organizer to get these tips so you guys can even download them, so that it's you're not frantically trying to type these down right now. But thank you for taking the time to listen to the tips. I think next slide. So yeah, the next slide just has a short URL to get to our website, and where you'll find more information on the fund itself, as well as the application. So thank you very much for taking the time to listen, and if you do have any questions, we're happy to field some of them.
Thank you very much for that, John. Thank you so much, Siti. And yeah, we're looking at the comment sections right now, and there's no question yet already. But for listeners and viewers who are unable to join now, I'd just like to make note that this session would be aired once more right before the game jam itself. And I believe all participants have gotten emails that inform them about the Black Game Developer Fund, because it's actually very, very important to be able to support them. And yeah, they've all received the emails. So this session would also be aired. And thanks a lot for bringing the tips. Those were very important points there.
Certainly.
There's a question coming up. Can we apply no matter the game development tool? Yeah, so
the tool?
Yeah.
Sure. I think as long as it is a tool that's supported on major platforms, say, or there's a way to export, that code using another tool for PC and console, those are our major platforms, and I would say that's fine. There's sort of a hierarchy of tools depending on how many platforms we want to bring your game. There's a few freeware tools I know out there that aren't natively supported just yet on the Switch and other consoles, such as I think the Godot engine, GODOT, isn't yet supported on console. So that could be, you know, a little bit trickier. And as I said, as a multi-platform publisher, you know, our goal is to want to bring your game to as many people as possible to play your game. But overall, we try to remain as tool agnostic as possible.
Okay, so sorry, maybe I should further ask just for the person. So what we're looking at right now is if you're bringing a game for publishing, it should be a game that can play across all platforms. So if you're doing for mobile, is it compulsory you do for consoles as well?
If it's made for mobile, would it be ready for console? Is your question?
What I'm trying to say is, can game developers who build only for mobile, can they also apply for this fund?
Well, we just now started putting a few games on mobile, such as Slay the Spire and Crying Suns, but those titles, you know, had existed on other platforms as well. That is just to say that as a publisher, we haven't launched as many games on mobile, but we're happy to at least review them.
Okay. There's another question. Is there any plan for animators or 3D modelers? I'm not so sure. Yeah, please.
I see. Right now we're funding project based, you know. So that could be an individual that wants to make a project or a team. But for right now, yeah, if I'm trying to interpret the question directly or correctly, we don't have any plans to announce at this time for individual skill sets.
Can I add to that? Just for a person. Yeah, if you have the skills like an animator or 3D modeler, and you want, I think it might be a good idea to try and contribute to one of the games, like maybe either in the game jam or just look for people who need those skills, because I think a lot of people do actually struggle with finding skills that they don't have on their games. So maybe look for someone to join and let them know about the funds. That is an option. Just if you haven't thought about it yet. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to overextend CITE's capabilities, but if there are any communities, you know, social media or forums or, you know, Reddit type communities of your country or, you know, of your continent that you can kind of post your ideas and your skill set, that's a great way to, you know, start networking and putting yourself out there so that other people with complementary skills, yeah, if you are a modeler or animator, there might be a game designer out there that has a cool game in his or her head, and they need someone such as yourself to help actuate it.
Okay, that's cool. You made mention earlier about a deadline for the Black Phone. Can we have an idea? It seems it was launched early June. So okay.
Yeah, so there's no deadline of fund applications. Actually, it's a rolling submission, which means, you know, we're reviewing them weekly as they come in.
That's cool.
And the plan is, while this is an annual fund, the plan is to, you know, renew next year. But we've just set the target of funding at least $1 million to various studios.
Okay. Just to use this medium as well to announce, aside the fund, participants of the Game Jam, this Africacomicade Game Jam, have also been supported by Humble Games to win prizes in funds so that they could also support themselves. Prizes up to $6,000. So aside the Humble Game Black Developer Fund is what would help you get your games published and out there. But winners in the Game Jam also have access to $6,000 total cash prize, which is sponsored and supported by Humble Bundle. So yeah, I just use this opportunity to let it out there. So I don't looking at the search. Okay, we don't have any comments for now.
I have a question that I think might be helpful for the people who listen in future. So, John, what kind of resources would be available to, let's say, developers who are in their early stages? Are there any resources besides funding that Humble can help developers with?
That's a really good question. And, right now, publicly, that is something that we're working on, and we'll hope to, be able to comment more on in the future. But for right now, those kinds of say tools, tips, and or other resources are things that we're exploring and hope to be able to share in the future. Historically, the teams that we have partnered with, kind of did have the resources and or network to be able to work on games autonomously, and in creating this fund and in talking with people in the community, we did realize that there's a need to help people get to the point where they are making games and making game pitches. So we do have that very much front in mind to work on.
Okay, that's cool. That's very, very cool. Okay, so I think in the absence of any questions right now, we could proceed to end the session. But to get the numbers out there, those who are joining the jam, even if you're not joining the jam as well, the link is out there. You just have to go to humblegames.com, look for the Black Game Developer Fund, and apply today. And if you participate in the jam and you build cool stuff, which is what we hope and expect you to, you stand a chance to be among the winners of the $6,000 cash prize provided by Humble Games. So thanks so much. Thanks for the time. I think we could call it there right now. Thanks so much for joining us. Thank you, John. Thank you, Sid.
Thank you. Pleasure to meet everyone. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. Bye.
So that sound pop is at the lower part of the throat, right? That sound pop is at the lower part of your throat.
We play games to escape zombies, cast magic spells in Middle-earth, or just to pass the time on a commute. But what if we created games to change the way we view the world? Games that help us all create a vision for the future cities of Africa. Well, that would be a level up in anyone's game. It's why the Goethe Institute created Enter Africa, a gaming challenge that engages and encourages people to examine the social, cultural, and infrastructural needs confronting Africa's megacities by asking one simple question. What does the future of your city look like? With 15 teams from cities across the African continent, young talented game developers, architects, city planners, designers, creatives, and engineers were united together to think outside the box and creatively explore, question, and envision the past, present, and future of their cities. Their quest is to power up the way they are viewing their cities, the strengths, the challenges, the mojo that makes them unique. To create digital and analog gaming that's not only fun to play, but brings players together on a mission to seek out solutions, solve the puzzles, explore ideas, and adventure forward to collectively uncover the opportunities that exist within these African cities of the future. Enter Africa was launched at the beginning of 2018. Through a series of workshops, participants have got to plan, design, and develop their games to explore the past, present, and future of their cities, while breaking down barriers and borders and building bonds through the exchange of knowledge and ideas with other teams. The result? The launch in March 2019 of 15 action-packed, location-based games that will challenge the skills of local gamers, bring people together as they seek solutions or simply explore their cities and the obstacles that confront them, taking them on a journey to strategically tackle the themes of creativity and innovation, while discovering unknown and forgotten places as well as the need for infrastructure. Enter Africa then takes it to the max, combining the visions of the 15 city games into one mega African game, which promotes African cultures and the creation of a borderless continent, to be launched at Gamescom and different African cities in 2019 for the whole world to play. You can get involved by following us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or go to our website to find out what's happening. You'll also get to play the games. Get your game on. Be part of the Enter Africa movement.
About carryfirst.com. This is an app that you download, and when you download it, you don't want to answer a question and you wink.
Is that carry fast? Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
Since you have, see, I'm an LVR C3. I'm also a member of the board of advisors for my chapter. I would like to. Hello, did you all get that?
No, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. I tried to introduce myself.
Not really.
I said
it was
okay. So I said my name is Isiaf Badamosi. I'm an ARVR developer at Messi 3D, and I'm also responsible for developer relations at Messi 3D. So I'm on the board of advisors for Virtual Reality Augmented Reality Association's Nigerian chapter. So I would like to know.
Okay, so do I go first, or I would let Mr. Eugene go first?
No, you go ahead. You've got a mic.
Sure. My name is Andy. My name is Andy Koshisheri. I'm the technical lead for Nubian VR. Nubian VR is a virtual reality and extended reality company. We create educational virtual reality experiences for kids and students in schools.
Okay, so hi. My name is Eugene Ohu. I teach at the Lagos Business School, where I run a virtual reality lab. Actually, we call it a virtual human-computer interaction lab, because my research interest is on the interaction between technology and individuals, especially the psychology of using technology. And then our current research is based on virtual reality. And yeah, Isiak, we're working with Judith, who is at Messi 3D on one of our projects. So nice to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
So thank you all for joining. Actually, I would like to start with you, Dr. Uru.
Please call me Eugene. Doctor makes me nervous. Makes me native doctor.
Okay, I'd like to start with you, Jay. So my first question actually is about what you just finished talking about. When I check your profile, I realized that you are part of a lot of international organizations and you are into psychology. Then I'm now curious about how you found interest in extended reality and what you hope to achieve with extended reality and psychology.
Yeah, it's been a long journey, but I think my current research is a culmination of all my interests. For a long time before coming to work at Lagos Business School full-time in 2014, for more than 10 to 15 years, I have worked in the computer industry. Okay, so I've been a programmer, I've been a self-taught programmer, and then software development, hardware as well. So while I was working freelance as a journalist, what was feeding me has been the computer industry. But I've also been in love with psychology. So I was always fascinated by how people are affected by the technology they use. So I've been doing research in computers and psychology. So in virtual reality, if you like, I found the perfect computer. Okay, so if one of the things that was attractive to me in the computer was how engaging the computer was, virtual reality was even more engaging because it's immersive. So if one of the things that fascinated me about the computer was the fact that it was interactive and how people would relate to such interactivity, virtual reality for me was an extension of that. So if you like, landing in VR was a natural endpoint. Well, not an endpoint because we're going to extend reality, but endpoint from that other journey. So that's how I got here.
quite a journey actually, and that was nice. Andy, I am aware that you are a fiduciary and a graduate of UNICEF Fund, and
Yes.
um, someone that's working at Missy 3D, so they're also on that fund. But I want to ask how the journey was and what you did during the process and how you got there.
Oh, okay. So for me, the journey actually started kind of late because I kind of joined Nubian a little bit later during that phase. But then it was still a very interesting time. So basically, we were being funded by UNICEF to create an educational application, a VR-powered educational application. So the idea was to change the way students learn or like obtain knowledge, not just from books, but then from a more interactive standpoint. So we were creating a VR application that would help with that form of learning. And for us, it wasn't just about creating an application for people to use or to learn about, but it was more about creating tools that would allow other developers who want to and we made sure that everything we made was open source. Our code and everything was open source for people to use, and then all they had to do is just focus on the contents they had to create to teach children whatever they wanted to teach in virtual reality. That was our main point when working on that project.
Oh, interesting. And how was the experience and the whole testing and everything? Hope students learned it.
So it was actually very encouraging.
I mean the VR content itself.
Yeah, it was very encouraging. So we tested it out with first of all we tested it out with teachers, and then they actually gave us a lot of feedback, telling us like the things that they felt could be better if we improved in certain areas. And then from there we tested it out with we wanted to have like a wider testing, but due to COVID-19 and everything, we had to reduce our testing space, and we moved to testing with children, homeschooled children, and we gave it to them, and they also gave us some feedback on what they thought like could be improved in certain areas in terms of maybe the challenges we provide, like we set for them, or maybe the interaction wasn't enough, and then we took all that information and continued building upon it. So that was one incredible journey for all of us.
Oh, and congratulations once again for being the graduate of UNICEF. Yeah.
Thank you.
So my next question is just something into this general, because you and I are going to agree that generally, even in the world, extended reality is still a technology that everybody is still trying to figure out. Okay.
Yes.
But for Africans, challenges are even deeper for Africans. So, what do you consider, or what do you think are the challenges that we are facing the extended reality world in Africa right now? And how do you think we can navigate those challenges?
Okay. So we face a lot of challenges. Right now, like you said, the space is new, so everyone is still trying to find their way. There is no clear-cut solution as to how to work in virtual reality.
Hello? Handy, can you hear me? Hello? Okay, I think we lost Andy there. Eugene, can you like try to address? Okay,
he's back.
Sorry, I'm so sorry about that. Yes. So, well, I was on the point of the virtual reality headset. So, as I was saying before, the main problem is hardware, because in the space of virtual reality, you need specific hardware to create specific experiences for people, and getting those hardware is an issue. We had the Oculus Go, which unfortunately was discontinued this year by Facebook, and now I think the next best thing is the Oculus Quest, which is going for around $600, I think, and it's not that price jump is quite huge for anyone who is now entering into the space and just wants to see what's available. So I think the main issue isn't necessarily about writing anything or creating experiences. That is possible for all of us. But the main issue is having the hardware you can use to test whatever you make, or to like use whatever you make. That's the main issue.
Yeah, so I think you made a valid point actually, but I would like to hear from you these challenges and how you think I'm not them.
Yeah. First, I would like to agree with Andy. So there are challenges of resources. For example, right now we are running a boot camp for VR developers, and because of the COVID-19 situation, we are doing it remotely. So one major challenge several of the participants have is a computer. A computer, because we're developing with Unity right now, a computer that can run Unity is one of the major challenges. So several of them have solved it, especially because it's not, well, running Unity itself, just Unity, not necessarily Unity for VR, it's not as resource intensive, but they have had to shell out what's the conversion ratio? So about $1,000, okay, for a computer. So that for me is first and major challenge. Why do I say major? Because although Andy mentions the head-mounted display, it's true because you need that to test it. But I think that if you like, as a suggestion, a way out, you can continue, not be daunted by this, continue developing, and then you can test with cardboard. Okay, because you test with cardboard, like the Google Cardboard, or you go to many shops, they have different versions of the same cardboard, which is cheap. Because I think the knowledge transfer is easy from cardboard to the Oculus Quest. So I would say first a computer, and then the other ones of the resources, for example, the software, knowledge of Unity or of Unreal Engine. I'd like to encourage people that is even easier, because now the premium version of Unity Learn is now free perpetually. So you have that resource there. And then on Unreal Engine as well, they have many resources free. So there are challenges, yes, but I'd like to encourage people to use what you have. Whatever computer you have, develop for the cardboard. And then when the resources come, you are ready. Because I think what the future would require is what we have here. We have talents here to create content. So let's get ready with what we have. And then when the resources, I think the people who make demands for the knowledge we have will provide those resources. Can you develop Unity? Yes, I can. You know C#? Yes, I do. What's your challenge? I need a good computer, Oculus Quest. I'm very hopeful. And then when you have the likes of Emisi, where you work is SIAC, and then we'll have a lab at LBS. So you have different systems like this that will open their doors for people to come and try out what they have done. Hopefully, when there is freer movement, I think the future is bright in that respect, despite the challenges which are there and are real.
Plus, I was also going to mention that.
Yeah, thank you for that. That was really.
Yes, so I was also going to mention that you also have the option of WebVR or WebXR, which is a great tool for like people who are now entering. You don't have any experience in Unity, but you do have experience developing websites, and it's still the same framework. A-Frame is a great framework you can use to develop virtual reality experiences for the web. So that's also another thing you could look at.
I agree. And
Yeah, so definitely, web exam is going to solve a lot of entry point issues, and it's even going to give more room for instance, web developers to feel like they can be part of the community and start creating content for extended graph. So yes, definitely it has. Next thing I want to ask is, it's a major challenge also in Africa, the access to grants or projects. Even if you have the hardware, have the sets, there are like a lot some motivations that come with wanting to create a particular project, wanting to solve a particular problem. Like what happened with UNICEF Innovate Fund. But we don't get to see a lot of that in Africa. But if you look at other continents, especially outside of the black continent, you see that we have like there are different access to different grants for different project types. So this is a major challenge in Africa. And for thank God the two of you, like Andy just graduated from UNICEF Innovate, and um, Eugene is also doing bootcamp trying to train people. So how do you think Africans can have more access to grants so that you can like motivate people more to work on projects and all of these things?
who's going first? You going?
You go first.
Okay. Again, because I recognize the challenges, but I usually like to be optimistic, upbeat, if you like, because I was lucky to get a grant that is helping our project, and then here we are in Africa. So starting with that, I would like to say that Africa is a beautiful bride because we have the population. So if you're looking for a market, it's a huge market. If you're looking for talent, that population means lots of talented people. And then another reason why Africa is a beautiful bride is that we have many untold stories. People want to hear the story of Africa. If you look at grant awarding institutions, one of their favorite topics is education of women, right? Another favorite topic, believe it or not, is also the underrepresented areas such as Africa. The only problem is that the people telling the story of Africa are the non-Africans. So without coming to Africa, they are telling our stories and getting all the grants available to people who want to tell the story of Africa. So there is that challenge there. Otherwise, I don't think the problem is not Africa itself, because people want to hear African stories. So one solution I would say, because the grants are there, one challenge is people don't know access to information about these grants. For example, the grant we won was given by Templeton World Charity Foundation, but then it was a grant that was available globally. I knew about it because a colleague told me 2 years ago. Okay, but then there are some mailing lists that maybe I can share some with you. There are mailing lists that people can subscribe to get information. If you're looking at this mailing list for a year, you probably don't see anything. Then one day, bingo, something for Africa. But I also know that Facebook research, I don't remember the website, the address, or maybe it's facebook.com/research. You will find many openings there. And then recently there was another one they launched for Africa, research in ethics in artificial intelligence in Africa. So many of these people, so I agree. One challenge is knowing about these grants. And the second thing I think is making it known to potential international partners that you are open to collaboration. Because we have the story, we have the talents. If you say you're open either on your website, on your social media handle, on your LinkedIn, open to these, I would like to think that people will make contacts. Maybe I'm being too optimistic, but generally, I think the greatest challenge is knowing where the grant information is, because there are many asking for African stories. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, that's actually it. And is maybe we talk the mailing list you talked about. So I'm very sure that there are a lot of access to the list. They know what grant is available for what projects. So Andy, do you have anything to say to that?
Oh no, like Mr. Eugene said, it's very true. Like the main issue is finding out where you can find those grants, and also and then I think even the next step after finding out where to get those grants is how to apply for those grants. That's another major issue. People don't know how to assess or evaluate whatever it is they are working on and create like a pitch deck which they can submit, or like how pitch their project in order to get those grants. So these are a few things that I feel like we can provide a few more resources for people who need to know where they can get grants and how they can apply for these grants and how they can increase their chances of getting these grants in order to work on what they want to work on. And like Mr. Eugene said, there are a lot of projects or a lot of things that Africans can work on that would be because they're stories, African stories that people want to hear. But the main problem is the people who are writing the stories aren't African. They are primarily not on this continent, but still they actually come here for information on how they need a contribution from someone on this continent, but they are not primarily on this continent. So kind of finding out these things that people would want to experience or know about and working on those things, you are sure you are most likely to get grants.
Yeah, can I just build on something Andy said? May I, Isiak?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think since the idea is to offer solutions.
Sorry, I missed that.
So I said, since the idea is to offer solutions that will hopefully be helpful to your listeners, one of the things Andy said is provide resources, because sometimes when you see a call for a grant, it can be quite scary How do I approach this? So how to pitch it? So one suggestion I would make maybe to Africacomicade or any enthusiast groups is once there is a mailing list and people become aware of these grants, maybe there could be forum to teach them how to pitch their ideas, or people with different ideas can come together to partnerships, and then where you have people who can write grants. So that's certainly a challenge that we can help solve. Teach people how to pitch their ideas.
Exactly.
So Andy, it's you and I?
It's you and I. So do we answer the question or we wait?
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Okay, there's a question here.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we can use the time to do that, but we'll have to tell him we've done it, right? Okay.
Yes,
you want to have a go?
So, yes. There are multiple metrics you can use to measure your progress for education. The main point is, what are you focusing on? What's your main goal in terms of what do you want to teach the children? That should help guide the metrics you set to know if you're actually passing these ones, because everyone has a different, we all have different metrics. And when you're teaching, what do you want the child to learn? Do you want retainability? Do you want the ability to take it and remold it into like new information. So it's all dependent on the goals you set when you are starting your education, like your integration into education. Like, what do you want from the beginning, and then that should guide you from there.
Yeah, I agree. And then maybe giving an example from the project, one of the projects that I am running now, which is how to use virtual reality to teach empathy and compassion to teenagers. So character development. So a metrics for improvement to know whether this has taken place. One of the things we will do is before the intervention, and one of the interventions we're doing is a game jam. Okay, a game jam. So before the intervention, measure those traits. In this case, empathy and compassion. And then after the game jam or gameplay, because we have two different studies, measure it again. And then when you are doing transformational games like this with SRO, apart from the intention you have to create change, one of the two concerns should also be that there is transfer of that trait that you experience in either VRO or ARO to the real world. So you want this before and after interventions will measure whether there was transfer. And then another quality you want to look out for is persistence, because it's not enough that there was transfer and you notice a change immediately after the intervention. You would want to check after several weeks, after several months, that there is persistence. So I guess if you measure these same things before intervention, immediately after intervention, and several times after, you should be able to check that there has been progress. Yeah. And another part, yes, please go ahead.
How, like, so you I'm sorry, it seems like we're going off course a little, but like, how were you measuring the empathy? So you make them play the game, and then from there, the decisions they make, there was a way to like measure the empathy.
No, there are quantitative measures. By that I mean there are questions. There are questionnaires that have been used in surveys, in studies before, that measure empathy. For example, one is in fact there is one that is very interesting. Okay, I won't go into the details now, but for example, there are even some that use graphics, make you to be a cube, and make the character that you met in the game to be another cube, and then show you different pictures of how close each cube is to the other cube, A, cube B. And then based on what you saw in that experience, what do you think, how close do you think you are to the situation of that character in the game? This is just one. That ask you, some even want to know your perception. And then on a practical level, there are some that measure at the end what you would do about a situation like that. For instance, there was a virtual reality application that was created at the Stanford Virtual Interaction Lab called Becoming Homeless. The idea of that particular game was to have you experience what it means to be a homeless person. At the end, one of the matrices they used for progress was to have you write a letter to your representative in the House of Assembly, for instance, advocating for change. So some people did that, some did not write, but that was a measure of not just like changing doing something. So yeah, there are several measures of
that is interesting.
Yeah. Isaac, we're holding forth. Yeah. And another part of that question. Okay, Isaac, take over when you're ready. I wanted to refer to another part of that question. I was talking about acceptance, right? Acceptability. Yes. Because if we want to integrate many of these XRO educational tools into the education system, we would have to carry along school teachers. You know, we have to carry along school teachers. But of course, you may carry them along and they will be enthusiastic. But then if they don't have the materials and tools, like we're talking about the computers, that will be a challenge. So, yeah.
So that's actually one thing that Nubian is looking to kind of solve. So, for example, we are also focusing on students, but then the thing is, the students don't have those VR headsets. So we were looking at creating a way where we could still move like VR experiences from place to place, and then have students experience it without necessarily having to give out money to like use those VR headsets. So like that's also one thing that we are just looking at improving.
Yeah, I know. I definitely agree. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Well done.
Thank you.
That's a good one.
There's another question here. How do you manage content scaling across various VR headsets into brackets cross-platform? Looking at African buying power for most of the gadgets. That's. I mean, usually when you are developing XR or VR content, you have a focus because it's broad. Like the interaction on each virtual reality device is different. So if you start, you usually have like, okay, we're developing for an Oculus or you're developing for a Vive. Oh, wait, hold on. Am I getting a question? No? Content scaling. Actually, I'm getting a question. Hold on. Okay, so content scaling, that depends on your architecture. So I might be getting a little bit deep into the whole thing, but let's look. Let me see if I can get an example here. For example, you make a game that's supposed to teach students English in virtual reality. Scaling that for like to have an addition for mathematics all depends on the design, your design principles, or like the design you started with. Like it means that from the beginning, whatever you're designing has to like you have to put in like into context that okay, what if I remove English and put math here? What would happen to this content? So like that should be your main like thought process anytime you're building anything that you feel like you'll be scaling, any content you feel that you'll be scaling across, like with more information for multiple headsets. Like it's bigger than just this, but then this is like a brief summary of like, what you'll be looking at when you are scaling any content for like multiple things. I hope I answered your question.
I would think that you did better than I would even be able to. Because I can see here at least two parts to this question.
Exactly. So there's
the content scaling, and then there is a cross VR headset, cross-platform.
Yeah.
So I can't do the first one better than you've done. The only thing I would like to add to the second one is, again, across various VR headsets. I think it's more difficult to develop for one than to transfer to another. At least judging from the experience in our lab at the Lagos Business School, again, because within a period of 2 weeks, 1 month to develop the application, and then we developed first for the Oculus Rift, and then to just make some tweaks to make it work for the HTC Vive. A few days. So yeah, I think because there are many things you can reuse. Okay. There are many things you can use it for. For example, it depends on if you're using an.
Hi. I'm very sorry I got disconnected. I'm very sorry I got disconnected. So I actually heard the last thing you said about the last question. So I will just move on to the next thing I have on the agenda about the game and the industry, education industry, and other industries in Nigeria. So I'm very much aware that gaming industry in XR is moving really, and people are starting to look at industry too, seeing what we can do with an education. But I'm also curious, and there is something else, like other industries that we can use XR to help or like to grow Africa.
A lot. It's a lot.
Everything actually.
Everything, yeah, everything.
Yeah.
I'll let Mr. Eugene is like he has a
No,
lot. That's
no,
that
no.
sounds like the
Because
whole.
I always get, no, I don't have more. It's just that I get very excited about the future of XR because really practically everything. There is something that I like to say, which is you can do dangerous things safely and expensive things cheaply. So the possibilities are endless. What is it that you like to do? But there is this book that I'm fascinated with by Jeremy Bailinson called Experience on Demand. Because that's what SRO brings to you. You can recreate any experience. Is it a dangerous experience? Maybe it's an educational experience, but it's dangerous. SRO will allow you recreate it easily. I mean, if you did chemistry, we were told some things you shouldn't add. Don't put, is it HCl to water? Because something is going to happen. We believed it. We took it on faith because the chemistry teacher said it. SRO will allow you to try it. What is the worst thing that can happen? Remove the headsets.
Start all over again.
So we can try different things, and then there are places we can go to that would otherwise be dangerous or be too expensive. So you can start listing every part of life or work. Okay, so be it advertising, be it architecture, be it arts. For example, recently there was during this lockdown, there was this lady, I think she's called Adebimpe, Adebambo. She organized a virtual art exhibition. Okay, she's a visual artist, but during the lockdown, got some artists together and in virtual reality had an art exhibition, so you can walk through. So really, the possibilities are endless. Yeah, they're endless, really. For example,
Yeah, so let's
chemistry.
take some questions from the comments. So,
Okay.
So one of the questions that, like, one of the questions here is, don't target enterprises or direct consumer in Africa.
Truthfully, enterprises give you more money, obviously, but then if you want to like make a change in terms of like making this a world like a more accepted form of something. For example, in our case, we wanted to be a more accepted form of way to educate people. You would have to be like look at the direct customer, but then we double with both. It depends, but then you have to know, like, if you are starting a company and you want to do virtual reality, what is your goal? If your goal is to just make virtual reality experiences, then I guess you can just go with the one that has more money. But then for us and for Nubia VR, we are looking at changing the way people can learn, take in information, and we want to use the power of XR for that. So we went to the direct customer, but then again, like, personally, we double.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. The enterprise user pay more. I would also say depends on what you are producing. Okay, so if you're producing something, for example, for the
Thank you, Andrew. Another question here by Ajayi Joshua. It says, on the front of acceptability and integration into the education system, what exact metrics can we use to measure our progress with the use of XR in
We
Africa?
already answered that question.
I don't know if it's better.
We already answered that question. Yes, I think we talked about this.
Yeah.
But I think Mr. Eugene can like rehash this.
Sorry, which one? This one, the entry point.
Entry point of XR. Yes.
Yeah, I think I think
we talked about it.
Yes, because I think that as we said earlier, for me the greatest challenge is the hardware. Okay, the computer. Okay, the computer is the greatest challenge. I would say maybe take advantage of hubs such as a Missy 3D in Yaba. If you are in Lagos, they have one in Port Harcourt, or come to the Lagos Business School. But in any case, or buy a second-hand laptop and then develop for the cardboard, for example. And it's also cheaper to develop AR than VR. To run AR, all you need, well, a mobile phone, some good mobile phones, and then you can run it. So one suggestion would be start with a second-hand, a used laptop, developed for augmented reality. And then those skills can be translated later on to VR later. So I hope that helps, yeah.
Okay. Something.
Personally,
Just
I don't know.
got for this session. So yeah, let's try and answer a few more questions in the comment section. Someone is asking how we can get more people interested in.
How can we get more people interested? The funny thing about VR is VR in itself excites you. When you look at it, you pick it up. It's like, wow, what is this new thing I'm holding? So getting people interested in VR is not the issue. Usually when a lot of people do get interested in VR, but then like we have answered before, the blocks to like, oh, what do I do? Like, where do I start? Like, can I buy this hardware? If I can't, like, do I have this laptop? So like those are the issues, and if we can find a way to kind of lower these like hurdles or make them like smaller, like I feel like it will open the door wider for like more people to get into the virtual reality development space.
Yeah, and also, sorry, Isiak, can I?
Yeah.
No, I wanted to add to Andy's comment, which is also that
sorry, I didn't get that. Can you please repeat?
Yes, I was going to add to Andy's comments to that question, how to get more people interested. People are interested, like he said, right? And then there are groups, for instance, I know that there are groups on Discord, groups, African groups, Nigerian groups in SR, and then to join the chorus there. But I would say more than getting people interested, those who are already interested, create content. Create content that will make it more visible that there are talents here who can do that. Yeah. But of course, I see another challenge that people have is there are many people who have talent and who have been doing things mainly on their own, but then they need to scale it. So that is one advantage I see with joining up with such groups as you have on Discord. And I know Isiak, Missy 3D, for example, I've been promoting you're doing fantastic things that in this year. You're going to Missy 3D, for example, that's an ecosystem where you will meet other people. And then joining forces with other developers will give you that skill to make your voice heard, I think.
Yeah. So, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Please go ahead.
Better answer the question.
Was there another question? That's a funny one. That's a good one. Actually, Isiak, may I? Isiak, if you can hear me, I wanted to share something about
Yeah, please.
All right. No, one of the joys that I get at the VR lab at the Lagos Business School is when people come for the first time.
Okay, I
It's
can hear
amazing.
you now.
So that experience is worth everything. So you have adults coming. I remember once that there was this colleague. Of course, I will not say his name, but there's this colleague with he has 2 PhDs. Okay, so fascinating guy. But then he comes into the lab, and then I told him, okay, sit down. First, he was afraid. When you cover my head, I won't see anything.
Yeah.
And then when you put the HMD on him, he was like, hey, oh, wow, wow. So yeah, I get it. I think it's so amazing that there is some digital witchcraft involved.
Yeah.
So I get that. So yeah, it's fantastic. In fact, one of the projects, because I like photography as well, one of the projects I have is taking pictures of the first time people use VR.
Yeah.
In the lab. You know, have a collection. It's fantastic. You just see the mouth open. But it's great.
That's true. That's true.
It's great. Great. Let me see. They're asking for a link. I think there was one. I think we have lost it here. Let me see if I can find one. Yeah.
For Discord. So that would be for people in Nigeria. I think for us in Ghana, Nubian is still working on getting we're working on the Discord channel that people can join. So when we're done with that, I think we'll share it with Africacomicade so that people can get access to it for those in Ghana too as well. But then joining in Nigeria, if you're from Ghana and you're joining Nigeria, there's nothing. Remote work is always awesome.
Is something that we can share with you later, or you can share with them. Otherwise, I would have to search it. I don't think I can do that now.
How fast can example? For me, I don't really think I really worry about how fast it can go, but how big it can be. Like, I don't really want the speed isn't necessarily what makes it, if it's a very viable industry. It's how big and useful is it to society at large. So I don't know if that answers the question, but it's not necessarily about the speed, but then about the value. Yes.
Okay, I have shared with the Africacomicade group the link to the Unity, for example, the Unity 3D Nigerian channel, if that is useful. But I agree with Andy's comments to this question: how fast can it go? How big? How big? Yeah, I agree with him.
Okay, yeah. So, was the last question, how fast can Excel go in Africa? I think I that's sure. And you're right, Andy. Something like at this point, we are not actually worried about how big it's going to be. There are lots to do with extended reality. So I think we should start taking it a step at a time. I don't even finish all of them at the same time. So, and that's why we are always evangelizing that more people should be involved in this technology, so that when we have more people on ground, when we have more ants, when we have more people reality stuff, definitely more things.
Very true.
So,
Andy, that is definitely for you.
Yes. So being a game designer, you prioritize, like, there are a few things you want to prioritize when you're creating a game, and like, yeah, other things that are involved. But for me, I think the main thing is interaction and feedback. Like, how are your players able to interact with something and get feedback that whatever they're doing is affecting the state of play of the game. So I think being a game designer has helped me think about, like, every time I'm working on any project in virtual reality, extended mixed reality, augmented reality, is what is the loop, like, how is the player like contributing to the world he's in, and not just a passive observer. If you're a passive observer, it's just a movie you're watching. I wouldn't really call it a game. If it's a game, you have to affect the world you're in, and how does that feedback and give you back, like, info that, okay, you did this was happening, so keep doing it. So that's like one thing that has really helped with, like, content creation. Like, whatever content we're creating, that's my focus. Like, is there a way that the player makes a move, makes a decision, makes an action, and gets feedback from that action for him to move further?
Fantastic. Well done. I have nothing to add to that because I don't develop. So,
Isaac left us here again. No question this time.
Yeah, we have lost Isiak. Well, one thing that fascinates me, I thought maybe I should share until Isiak comes, is talking about games. The need to focus, since you have developed educational games, I'm fascinated by the so-called transformational games. Okay, maybe because of my education background, so that games can be used to create changes in the way people think, people reason, or even behavior. So I would like to encourage people who are delving into XR, or people who are already experts there, to see. I mean, Silicon Valley talks about making the world a better place, but SR gives us an opportunity because it's immersive nature to make the world a better place. So take a look at transformational games. Okay, some people talk about serious games, but I like the term transformational to create changes. You have an intention to make a change when they are using the XR, and that it transfers to the real world, and that it is persistent. All right.
There was even a talk on that, like, on Monday.
Okay.
About transformational and social games. I forgot it. It was the first talk actually on the stream. So you could check, like, you guys can check that out on what happened on Monday. It will give you more information on what Mr. Eugene is talking about.
Fantastic. I would even look it up myself because I missed that.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's very informative. Recently that brings the money to extra. What's exciting and new from a business perspective. Mr. Eugene, I think you should answer that.
Is it one of you see, tourism makes money everywhere. I mean, in spite of the fears of COVID-19, most of Europe rushed to open its borders up again because they depend a lot on tourism. Nigeria is not very big on tourism, but many people want to come to Nigeria. Nigeria is a country where people are afraid to come to, but once they come, they fall in love with the place. Where am I going? I think we can use SR to expose many parts of Nigeria to potential tourists. There are many fascinating places that people want to go to here, many forests. I mean, you see, okay, I don't even want to give the example of our village because that is overflowed. Poor people just come there. But there are many places all over the country, Omo Forest, Ogo State, so I would see tourism is one way, so that from the comfort of their homes, they pay. Don't charge too much. Use the advantage of a crowd. Address the consumer market. Okay? I mean, you don't even need complex equipment to do that. 360 video, and then you can make many tourist sites available and make money. I think so. Or am I being too optimistic? I think so.
It's
That's
possible. It's actually not a bad idea. Like, just once you see the camera, you get some traffic on your site, you get some money.
Yeah, because I see that is one that is just cheap, as people say, is low and it's hanging there.
Yeah, exactly.
Museums, for example, many of our museums, make things stable.
So the virtual tours is something that people can actually engage in and can really move to the industry that people can get from. Though cannot overlook the fact that it takes a lot of investment for that to happen as well, because then it's actually worth it. So yes, recently Andy mentioned earlier that Oculus just stopped supporting Oculus Go, and I'm sure you are also aware that recently they announced signing method for new users starting October and existing users, I think, starting to. What do you think about and how it's going to impact the new especially products?
I didn't get the entire question. Andy, did you?
Half of it. I think I missed. Was it the Oculus store you were talking about?
Yes. The Oculus signing. Facebook just announced that people are going to be using Facebook accounts to sign in into Oculus headsets and all of those things. Yeah, so my question is, how do you think that signing is going to affect the way people use, especially the Oculus product? And given the fact that Oculus is one of the headsets that people really use.
I don't think it will really affect it in any way. Facebook is the owner of Oculus, and creating a Facebook account to access an Oculus, I know the Oculus store wouldn't be like anyone in any serious matter. It's just an account for them. So I think if anything, it reduces, like, people are like, oh, I can just log in with my Facebook account, easy. I don't really have to worry. So I think it doesn't really affect anything. It's just lets people know that there's something called Oculus. You can go check it out, and when you check it out, you're like, oh, this seems like something I would like to try. So I don't really think it affects the industry anyway. The Oculus Go, though, it's really, really sad, because that was like the entry point. Like, it was very low for people who really didn't have money but wanted to experience a virtual reality, like something without having to use their phones or a cardboard. Them discontinuing it is understandable, because they are more into like having a more active experience and a less passive experience, which the Oculus Go was more of like a remote, so it wasn't the interactions. There were really awesome games on it with like really crazy interactions that you can do much more things with the Quest with hand tracking and everything. So it's very understandable. They just want to like they want people to like VR is not a game, make it something that is very useful. So they're just focusing on things that will like kind of push it in that direction.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's true. And for me, I actually think that it's going to, because a lot of people don't want to use Facebook, but they want to do VR. So that's actually going to like to account for. Uh,
Yeah, I mean, Isaac,
so, do we have any other question in the comment section? Let's see. So another thing is staff for conventional technological developments like web development. We have front-end, back-end, and all of those stuff. I know that UI UX play a role in the content creation as well. But my question is, what role, aside from being a developer or being an AR developer or be a UI person, what other roles you can actually start thinking if they want to be involved in extended reality industry? Because I have a friend that is actually very interested for that she doesn't want to write programs. So just for someone like that not to be discouraged, what other things do you think and tell them that okay, this you are still part of.
I think Mr. Eugene will take that.
Yeah, I think lots, and I can give examples. For example, in the boot camp we are running right now, there are 20 people in the boot camp. We have 3 architects, because in virtual reality you want to build a world and you want it to feel real. You need an environment. We have a landscape architect, we have a building architect, and then we have 2 fashion designers. And then interestingly, many of these people have also been delving into 3D animation, 3D modeling. So many of them have not, it's the first time they're using Unity, but then they've been using other applications, SketchUp, 3D modeling. Okay, so I would say those skills are necessary. So the same skills that architects have is necessary, 3D modeling or animation. And then sound designers. Sound designers are needed as well. Okay, storytellers, because believe it or not, I mean, you may have all the Unreal Engine skills or Unity skills. I would say the most important part, really, okay, let me not say the most important part, because when people say they're getting into any dangerous territory.
It's a fight.
A very important part of a game is the story. There is, since I'm fascinated by transformational games, there is one game called Bury Me, My Love. Bury Me, My Love by Pixel Hunt. It's a, you search for it on YouTube and you will probably see a video where the makers are explaining it. The core of that game is the storytelling. You can see the storytellers who built in dilemmas, decision points, they were the key part of that. So I would say if you're a journalist, or the founder of Pixel Hunt was a journalist for more than 10 years. So if you're a journalist, a storyteller, 3D modeler, sound expert, or if you're even a graphic artist, you can only draw on paper, they need you. And then finally, and I think is also domain expertise. I saw a comment by Indamola Fake that she's interested in transformational games in the art and health space. I would say domain experts are needed too, because when you're building a story, or be it a game or an application, those people who know that area, be it medical doctor, nurse, you need them. So I would say everything is necessary, because what you're doing is you're replicating the physical world in the virtual space. So the same skills you need in the physical world. Sorry, that was a very long answer to a short question.
Perfect. I 100% agree with you.
Yeah, so definitely. And I also think that collaboration is going to go a long way in helping this industry in that aspect. So, for instance, someone that does fashion designing, like some of the people have in the camp that do fashion design, if they have to do something that has to do with like creating an app or an XR app, so they can find a synergy or middle ground for them being a fashion designer that just focuses on building AR, VR apps. So that way, collaboration is going to help different skill sets come together and something. Wait, when I was reading, somebody asked a fun question like, which do you prefer most, VR or AR or MR? I didn't know if you have to answer that.
I would say VR.
I would say VR as well, but not to discourage anybody. It's cheaper to develop for AR, but I prefer VR because it's more immersive.
So yes, definitely, I would say VR too. And for what is Ejim, what you said about development, definitely AR is very good to develop for. For MR, I think MR right now is more industrial based. So especially the MRXs that we see right now for industry. Or another question that I have that relates to this is, I think is going to go mainstream in Africa first. Is it AR, VR, or MR?
Yeah.
Which of these three technologies do you think go mainstream in Africa? AR, VR.
I think AR would go mainstream first, and then the rest would follow, because I think the uses of the cases for AR is, I think, more practical in Africa than VR and everything else. For example, people are using AR for marketing, for shopping, for commerce, for travel, transport. It's a lot of things. So I feel AR would be the first thing. Then everything, it would kind of like, oh, there's more. You could actually access more, and then it goes from there.
Yeah, I agree. And yes, so going mainstream actually, I think the headsets, like access to HMD is a major issue. For instance, Oculus does not ship to Nigeria. I don't know if Oculus ships to other countries in Africa. And that is already a barrier into getting the headset into the country. I know you can use like different channels to get the headset into, but as the company themselves don't ship to Nigeria is a major challenge. And I really don't know if something and do community-wise in Africa generally. Say, is it possible to have like a stop store for some of these major players in the VR, AR industry? Say, if you are shipping to anywhere in Africa, you should drop it to maybe somewhere, maybe South Africa, then in Africa, since you are not shipping to Africa. I don't know if there's something to play around that. Eugene, do you have any idea?
If they are ready to set up shop.
Yes, or something like a central shop for anything.
Yes, I know. We were in conversation with I was, because I need several of the Oculus Quest for the project we're doing, and their reply was that they don't have a retail outlet in my part of the world. So either I keep using them, or I go to China and find another headset. But yeah, so they are not ready. So maybe that's a challenge for us because this is a market they are also interested. I don't think they're not ready because they don't want to. Maybe there are probably issues of importation, import duties, and things like that. So really,
All right. Since we don't have more questions on ground, I think it's actually a good time to round up. Thank you very much, AJ, for coming. Thank you, Andy. It's really been sitting right. And even though my internet was disconnected at some point, you guys still kept the conversation going and kept going. So that was really cool for me. So once again, I want to say thank you for coming. And on a last note, do you have like a general advice, just like a general bombshell to drop for everybody watching us about extended reality and how, like, just encourage people, just on a last note? So
I would just say take advantage of the free learning resources that are available and then focus on one area, be good at it, people will come for you.
See, that was really top notch. That was
really for me, I would say, like the agent said before, for those who want to get into the whole XR space, I think like for most of you, I think augmented reality would be a nice stepping stone because it's the cheapest to develop for. All you need is a laptop and a normal phone. Like you could actually, I think Google has a list of phones that are supported by the AR core, and then an AR kit phone. I think iPhone 6s Plus, 6s. The iPhone 6s has AR kit support. So I think you could start with the normal video devices that we have. So for anyone who wants to get into that space, I think augmented reality would be your best bet. And then from there, like it's the same, like you said, it's the same principles and skills you carry on into all the other realities that are available for you to work in. So that's like, for me, I feel like for anyone who wants to get into the space, that should be your roadmap.
Thank you. So I just want to add to what you said, and the Spark AR is also cool for an entry point to AR. Snap ML is also cool for an entry. And there are other SDKs that just give that AR developments too that you can use with Unity that don't require like high-end phones as AR core and AR kits. So please explore Easy AR and other AR softwares SDKs out there. So thank you everyone for joining us. It's been a really interesting time and good to see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye everyone. Bye.
Stop right there. Do you have any illegal items to declare, sir? We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Fuck it. Let's do it my way.
Where are these cards coming from?
Seriously?
Is this a dream? I got it. I got the interview. Echo, can you imagine this is finally happening? This is a pretty cool gun. They trained well. Appreciate it.
killed them. What got into you?
First, I will get to you.
By then, you will understand.